2 minutes. Our participation guidelines are: we are here to create a space where we can share, listen, and learn from one another with mutual respect. Sometimes we even have fun and smile. We all have a lot to share, a lot of expertise around the table, and we're getting into some really rich, important discussions over these last 2 days. We do have to stay on points to our agendized sessions. Today, we only have 2 sessions, and we're continuing working session from yesterday and a little bit of work planning. And then the general comment period toward the end of the day. Folks are welcome to speak to anything related to task force business. Okay, we are going to do a quick roll call to establish quorum now that we've got folks in the room. And after we do that, I will ask our chair to give us welcoming remarks. I was just making some time for some folks to get some breakfast. So let's start with Chair Nelson Hawkins. Oh, sorry, you have to turn on your mics. I think we are preserving battery. Thanks, everyone. Sorry, we neglected to do that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
There we go. All right, welcome everybody. I call to order this 9th meeting, the continuation of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. Again, I send my gratitude to all the task force members in attendance today, staff, advisory committee members, members of the public participating here in person as well as online. After reviewing all our progress and getting to the thick of the weeds of our recommendations yesterday, I need to congratulate everybody. I'm very grateful to be surrounded by such a talented, thoughtful, and caring group of people. And we now have a comprehensive set of recommendations that are both forward-thinking and impactful, including specific actionable policy recommendations and changes that can be implemented immediately within existing frameworks, as well as forward-thinking and thinking ahead on more broadly across the state of California. So I just want to express my gratitude to everybody in presence today, and I'll pass it to Megan for roll call.
Thanks, Chair Hawkins. I really love your optimism all the time. Let's start with you, actually. Please say here when I call your name, and I will go alphabetical by first name after Chair Hawkins.
Here.
Darlene Franco.
Here.
Doria Robinson.
Here.
Dorian Payan. Irene De Baracua.
Here.
James Nakahara.
Here.
Lawrence Harlan.
Here.
Nathaniel Brown.
Here.
Chi So. Ruth Dahlquist Willard.
Here.
Thea Rittenhouse. Are you panelist yet? We do have member Thea Rittenhouse with us online. We just need to switch her over from attendee to panelist so she can unmute and say hello. She had to catch a really early flight, 5 a.m. flight back this morning, but she's joining us virtually. Not yet in the room with us today is Vice Chair Emily Burgueño, and unavailable for today's meeting is member Leah Schwartzman. Quorum is established. Let's get going. Here's our plan for today. We have a short day so that folks can travel back. We're scheduled to conclude at 1 p.m. We're going to just start the morning with hearing about your site visits from yesterday. There were 2 groups and we visited 3 different places. And then we're going to go back into that working session where we continue discussions on our report in a similar format as we did yesterday. We'll first talk about the new concepts that were introduced to you in your briefing packet, and then we'll circle back and see if there's more that you would like to share related to any of the goals that we touched on yesterday. We'll reserve about the last 45 minutes to an hour to talk about work planning and next steps, while you'll have the chance to sign up for subcommittees and working groups, the ones that we previewed yesterday. We'll see if it feels like a good plan still, or if there's a better proposal on how to move forward. And of course, we'll make space for general public comment after each of these sessions before we close out. We'll take a break around 10:30, but of course, make yourselves comfortable as needed. We do have breakfast in the back and some coffee and tea. And today we'll have some boxed lunches, so folks can take those at 1 o'clock or whenever you feel hungry, and you can take them on the road so you can get going back home. yes, and Chair Hawkins brought watermelon direct from his farm. Is it cut up and ready? Oh, awesome. Sorry if you're online. I'm really excited for us in the room. Thank you for that. It was a beautiful looking watermelon. Okay, let's start out with some engagement reports. Who would like to share about your experience yesterday afternoon? Oh, and I did that thing again where I forgot to introduce our fantastic staff. Okay. My name is Megan. I'm with Sacramento State University. That's not what Camille told me. We got from Strategic Growth Council, Camille Frazier, Kenna Davis, Caleb Swanson, Tessa Salzman. We have Executive Director Aaron Curtis with us again. And is Sean online this morning? Not quite yet, but I think Sean Kennedy plans to join in. So anywho, engagement reports, we wanted to open it up for folks to share about their experiences and their chats from yesterday afternoon. And also if folks wanted to share any more about the tribal engagement session that we had on Tuesday, we welcome that as well. Darlene, get us started.
Yes, so I visited Deluvi, saying that right, but their garden here at Blue Lake Rancheria. And it was beautiful, to say the least. The garden is just planted so very nice with a lot of pollination, a lot of vegetables. They also had a nursery with plants, starts that were going, and then strawberries in there. They had we viewed the compost bin. We talked about the compost process, and they received food and scraps from local restaurants and the tribe itself, the tribal kitchen. Yeah, it was beautiful just to see and to be in the space. They have one full-time staff there, and they have the manager that oversees it. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there, but it was very beautiful. It was nice to see, a lot of information to take back. They do have a composting grant that allowed them to buy supplies, a tractor, and it's just a really nice setup. It's been there for about 15 years, but probably for the last 7 years, it's been really producing a lot of food. They provide food for the tribal membership and people in town also. I think they said about 150 families each month. They provide both like food boxes and also food that they prepare in their kitchen and deliver to the families. So I thought that was a really nice touch. And then we went to the other site, but I'll leave it up to other people to talk.
Yeah.
Should we, sorry, Nathaniel, I was just seeing if anybody else who attended the Blue Lake site visit wanted to add in. Dory Nelson.
To follow up on Dalu Viwi, the garden. Let's see. I think Darlene pretty much caught most of it. Other than, let's see, they have one full-time staff. They have volunteers through Cal Recycle, or interns actually through Cal Recycle. And they have also assistance throughout the year from AmeriCorps. And the garden manager basically said that, yeah, they need all the support, as many hands as they can get, because she can't do it on her own. And the site, I think it's been in operation for about 15 years, off and on. They've owned the property, but I believe it was in the last 7 years, or maybe it was 3 years, maybe you can correct me, but only recently, not the full length of the term that they've had the property, has it been a garden in its current state. So only recently is it in its current state where they're able to feed their membership. And they're also and they transport food to the membership, and even as far as Weaverville, which is up 299. So not necessarily just in the on the rancheria. And then we went to their other site, which is a ranch, the 240 acres, and it's called the Levy Ranch, which is they only recently received that property, but it was a multi-year process. So they got that from it was originally from, well, obviously originally in the a site in the ancestral territory of the tribes of the Rancheria, the Wiyot. And then it was owned by the Levy family, and the Levy family were the founders or the owners of State Farm. They founded State Farm Insurance. So a wealthy family, and it was more of a side project of Mr. Levy. And then when he died, he left the property, he willed it to a foundation in Humboldt County. So the county, the foundation has many assets, financial assets, but land was not something that they were able to manage, manage to the terms of the will and the trust. So they put out a competitive bid or process for an organization to take over management of the land, and the tribe submitted an application, was awarded it, and now they're managing it. And the land, the ranch was actually now owned, it was deeded over to the tribe. So the tribe owns the land, but they still do have an obligation. The only requirements are that they, in order to, so if they keep the land, they manage the land, they lease it for livestock, they lease some of it for horses, and then they have a big portion of it, they have a home, and they have other land that's not pasture land, which is forest land, and they've been able to do a traditional burn on that. There is a what did he call it? A certain type of plant that's used, what's thinking? Hazel. There's hazel, and that's used for basket making. And then there's a grove just behind the house that we visited. But they can use that portion of the non-pasture land for their membership, for education, cultural practices. And then also they can use the house as for office space, which is much needed because they're at full capacity for staff that they're able to bring on to manage the land. They need office space, so they're using that for office space and for space for members to complete the cultural activities and education. And the other thing, oh yeah, so yeah, they own the land, but the foundation would never get the land back. But in order to, there are some requirements to about a way to manage the land, I guess that's the best way to say it. And if they don't meet those requirements, then the foundation will still give them money, over $100,000 a year, to manage the land. And so they'll always own the land, but if they fail to meet the requirements from the foundation on the way that they want the land managed, then they won't get the 140. Yeah. So that was an interesting part. So, but then, and then so we met with, so the chairman was there, Chairman Ramos, Michael Shackelford. He is he's managing the land. He's a conservation specialist, but he's also the treasurer on the tribal council. And the environmental manager was there, and then there was an environmental specialist. And yeah, I'll leave it at that, but there's still more, I think. Go ahead, next.
I also want to leave it at Emily in case you want to share anything. I can talk a little bit about the grants too. I think that was really great to hear. They were able to build capacity through a self capacity building grant, which was really great to hear about. I think some of the later acquisitions that they've had to after the Levy Ranch or that they're in the process of came through an EPA grant, and I think it was a heavy lift at first. I think there was a lot of preparation, creating like a very extensive plan to be able to show, you know, why they would be using the funds in the way that the grant was intended to be used. But through the capacity grants that they've received, both through SALC and also through the EPA, which created a capacity building grant, they were able to bring people on to be able to support them in developing or having the technical proficiency to comply with the grants, create the necessary preliminary work to be able to acquire the land. So that was just really great to hear. And they're in the process of bringing that land into trust as well. Yeah, anything else?
Dorian, did you clarify that the EPA grant, or its additional land in addition to the Levy Ranch, the grant?
Yeah, so it is the Levy Ranch. I think what was through the foundation, the EPA grant is different, right? So you're right, Lawrence. Yeah, so the Levy Ranch was an acquisition that is different from the acquisition that's being made possible through the EPA grant.
And you guys cover the garden? Yeah. So we were able to, good morning, everybody. We were able to visit Deluvi, I think I'm trying to spell it or pronounce it. Deluvi. And they serve about 150 families. And majority off rancheria lands. But they serve tribal and non-tribal families. Only full-time staff is their garden manager. They do have limited part-time staff based off of grant funding, as well as volunteers from AmeriCorps. They source, commercial seeds to grow foods, as well as sourcing native plant seeds from the land, whether it's, on the rancheria, BLM land. But they started the garden about 15 years ago, and it was so beautiful. And they said they had a bear visit them the night before, so that was really good medicine to hear. And yeah, the Levy Ranch is really special. I could both places, they're really, really proud and committed, and that's what I got from them. But they got it by working with the local Humboldt Foundation, area foundation. And that's pretty much the base of their partnership, was that project or that transfer and agreement. Other than, continuing the endowment part of things. But I think it's pretty important to mention that they will be expanding their boundaries or their acreage. I think it was about 10 times as much as they started with. So it was like from, I can't remember the starting amount, but it was over 100. So I think it was like 10 to 100. That's why he said it was 10 times the amount. And yes, similar goals with the previous owner. They wanted to conserve the property as best as they could. And I'm pretty sure they all covered it sounded like they covered the grant, so I don't need to cover that. But they will be seeking, the fee to trust process, and look forward to that. And about the question was raised about where do they see them where did they see themselves within this space? Or how do they see the space even in 5 years? And the answer was given about facilitating TK showcase for educational programming. And I think it's also important they work with the Cal Poly Humboldt for food sovereignty initiatives, workshops, and educational programming. And they did work with the Yurok tribe as well as Cal Fire for their cultural burn. They're the one who led and facilitated it. And yeah, it was a really great experience. Thank you.
On the Levy Ranch, they also had a lot of, or they're continuing to grow a lot of apples and pears that were already there. And then they are starting a native plant. They have a nursery where they have their native plants growing. So I thought that was really important also. They're not only planting there, but other places in this area.
Go ahead, Lawrence.
And I wanted to add, yeah, Emily, their rancheria was 100 acres for many years, and now it'll be 1,000 acres. So yeah, they're very proud. They're very proud to expand their land base, and yeah. So, and as a Native American, I'm proud of them too. So it's good stuff.
Wonderful. If you have pictures that you got permission to share, please send those to staff so we can potentially incorporate some into our final report materials. We'll generate short written reports from these site visits. So if there's more that comes to you that you would like included in that written summary, please send that to staff and we'll incorporate that, especially if there's things that you think apply to your recommendations. How about the folks who went to actually was a double site visit, deep-seated community farm and woody rhino? Nathaniel, maybe you want to start because I know you were looking to share earlier.
Yeah, it was really good they had a whole group of farmers that came out and really showed up, and it was telling of the community organizing and the North Coast Growers Association that is really helping organize all the different farmers. We started out at Woody Rhino, which is just under an acre. They were able to access land by writing a letter and had to wait 2 years to hear any response back. And I mean, very lucky in that way, but it is, it shows that there is this desire, and like even hearing about you know, this foundation that had to, you know, had these terms, and seems like the generation that is phasing out of the stewardship of land does want it to go in good hands. And it is hard to see that like there is so much land available, but one of the main takeaways from the different sites was housing being a big issue. And if there's great properties or great land, having enough housing to be able to get farmers in those houses so they can get on that land. I do feel like, well, I'll share a little bit more about the deep-seated farm there, leased on about 10 acres, and it's Parks District, if I'm correct. School district, thank you. Yeah, I do feel like these different models that we've been talking about and looking at public lands, you know, making recommendations to bolster up land security on public lands, because public offices or, you know, positions always will change. And unlike land ownership, it's normally a farmer there until they pass on. And yeah, being able to utilize public lands in this way is greatly beneficial from what we saw yesterday. He's actually been there for 17 years, which was really amazing to see that, you know, there's probably been a bunch of different people he's had to report to as a landlord, you know, the entity being the school district, but you know, different people in different positions that have to sign different things. So that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with if you're not the owner of the land. And those people keep changing. I think the other main takeaway was a lot of the recommendations that we're thinking about are helpful in some of these situations. And it gave me a little bit of hope of like, okay, you know, I could see it being done in certain places and in certain ways in the future. So it gave me a lot of hope for this area of small farmers and just hearing their struggles and being a little bit more isolated. You know, we all traveled quite a bit to get up here, and food traveling that far every single day is really hard. So having a local food system when you're in an isolated place is just that much more important. And if they can grow the food here and the climate is great, then there should be no reason folks can't organize. I do think we heard so many different kinds of land lease and ownership situations that it really spoke to the small scale farm that we started at Woody Rhino being under an acre, being more rural than the 10-acre farm that was more in an urban place and like within the community and the actual town. So yeah, just some thoughts there, and it was really nice to meet all those different farmers and hear the different perspectives.
Thanks, Nathaniel. Anyone else who joined that want to add to what Nathaniel shared?
I had a quick question. So which one was in the urban and which one was not?
So Woody Rhino was in the rural, just under an acre, more of you know, family. They've got a house there, and mainly doing mixed greens and selling to restaurants in the area. I do think that, you know, more organizing and food hubs could help them go farther, but yeah. Oh, and then the deep-seated was in the on the outskirts of the neighborhood there in Arcata, but 10 acres of, not sure why, school district out there, but yeah, it seemed like a really great situation that came about almost 20 years ago, and it's been rolling. And they do mainly, not mainly, only a CSA model, like 99% CSA of 400 members, or like some of that was split. So like almost 500, 400 shares, like almost like 500 families. So it was really cool to, you know, see that a small, diversified, intensified farm can really produce so much just on 10 acres there, but really supported by the community.
Chi and Nelson and Irene also joined that. So if there's anything you want to add, we can go for maybe just a few more minutes on this. Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Nathaniel. You covered a lot of the bases. I wrote down some chicken scratches that I'll try to decipher here. But I'll start with the Woody Rhino Farms. There were some folks from the Northwest Coast Growers Association there as well. I had a hard time. It was like rapid fire with the different farmers that were also present there. So I'll kind of go over some of the general feedback that I wrote down. But as Nathaniel mentioned about housing, that area is zoned ag, but is used mostly for residential, they mentioned. And I think that highlights like the tension that we're noticing between housing and agriculture. And they mentioned like folks coming out there to live and enjoy the nice scenery, but not, actively engaged with food production. Whereas the folks that were involved there were very much intensively involved and expressed a lot of struggles, including, the lifestyle is hard and there's a lot of barriers to affordability at the scale that they operate on. Like Nathaniel mentioned, under 1 acre for Woody Rhino. A lot of the growers were, maybe under 5 acres on average, amongst those that were there at least. Most of the folks are growing, like I said, on a small scale, and they're renting their land. They mentioned that water quality, the cost of water is a big challenge. I forgot what farm it was. We had Foggy Bottom there, Granja de la Brama, and Wilder Natural Farm as well. I forgot which one mentioned this, but I think it was Granja de la Brama actually that said that they had the water situation at their land was too salty originally, so they couldn't even use the water on one of their sites, and then they were charged a really high rate. Normally, it was like $100 per year per acre, but they were charged like $200 per month per acre at one of their sites. And then at another site, they had free water access with their well, but the well ran dry early in the season in April, so that set everything back for them. So just highlighting the need for support for infrastructure, especially for irrigation. There was a plug mentioned for us that there needs to be some sort of government stipend of some sort, maybe like a universal basic income or something is kind of what they were alluding to, just to cover the needed operational costs for farmers. And they called it front loading of a wheelbarrow. So the upfront cost is a barrier to entry, as well as a lot of the ongoing costs, especially for labor for the scale of production. And then also in this area, the cost to distribute and to access land if people don't live close to where they're farming. So there was a mention of something called like a sovereign wealth fund approach with that. I don't know. It was kind of just mentioned. I don't know too much more about it besides that. So that's what I got for Woody Rhino, and then just adding to the deep-seated community farm, the one more in the urban area, the 10 acre, about 10 acres lease from the Arcata School District. They said they started with a 3-year lease, and then they renewed to a 2-year. And then as Nathaniel mentioned, with the leadership changes and stuff like that, the school district was adverse to long-term planning. So they were on a 1-year lease for over 10 years rolling. So that's difficulty when you invest so much into the land, especially because they had like a bunch of high tunnels and stuff, which are permanent. So, but it seemed like their interest was, or their need was more just being able to use the land long term and less of an interest in owning it. Although ownership has benefits for acquiring resources and things like that. There's another farmer there. Excuse me. There's another farmer there named Blake. He rents land. All his land is rented. periodically. It seemed like that's the easiest for his situation. He grows on 70 acres. And he's on like a friendly lease with a lot of the landowners. Sometimes it's like a handshake agreement, but they're willing to sign if something on paper if he needs something for like grants or loans and things like that. It's pretty cool. He does dry farming, mostly quinoa, some Brussels sprouts and potatoes. But he mentioned that the barrier to entry is still the common theme of having enough money to start, and then let alone buying land just seemed like an unattainable aspiration for a lot of growers at that scale. Yeah, I'll pass the mic on that. I know there's some mention about like wage and labor costs that increase the cost of produce and things like that. But I don't know.
And-
Irene,
Just any other key takeaways? Because we will need to move forward, but any other key takeaways from that visit that you could maybe apply to your recommendations?
My brain was not working very well last night when doing the two site visit, but I have one takeaway from the second farm.
Yeah, closer.
I have one takeaway from the second farm. It seems like the farmers there almost give hope for owning the land. They're saying they have never thought about owning a land. I don't know how many of you still remember this. And it's two of them are both agreeing each other that owning land is almost impossible, and they have never imagined that. And that kind of is a big shock to me, because as a farmer, I would assuming that they always want to own land, but it's so difficult that they all give the hope.
Irene, any key takeaways for you would like to share?
Yeah, I think, well, you guys covered it all, a lot of it. But one thing I was thinking that we haven't mentioned was Eddie, the one that Lisa's from the school district mentioned about the equip loan, right? And how it's on a reimbursement basis and how difficult and challenging that is, because he's paying out of pocket to build his tunnels. And so he heard of a program in Sonoma, Marin, where they help farmers with these costs, with these upfront costs, but that was a huge challenge for him. And yeah, just the same thing about the some of them were mentioning using student loans even to, pay for their land or their equipment and fund their, their work. And so that's all.
Thank you, everyone. So again, if there's additional notes you would like incorporated into the engagement reports, please let us know, and share pictures as well. I know that folks from the second site visit snapped some beautiful pics. The space was gorgeous. Okay, any public comment related to engagement reports? Not seeing any. Back to our working session. Okay, Camille is passing out some materials to folks in the room. It's just an excerpt from your briefing packet with the newer concepts that were generated by your working groups between the May and August meeting. And that's what we're going to spend time talking about next. There are 5 of these concepts. We're calling them discussion items on these printouts. Oh, I'm not sure why I said 5. There's 4. There's 4 of them. Oh, there are 5. There's an additional one. Okay, good. I can count. Some days I can count. Okay. I'm going to try to do some quick math, but we have approximately 20 to 25 minutes per concept. Let's see how we do. We do want to reserve a little flex time towards the end to revisit anything from day one that we need to, but I will keep us on track. So here's our discussion items. 1, new government entities. 2, cropland repurposing. 3, urban and rural infrastructure. 4, land consolidation. And 5, if there are any additional proposals. We have a spreadsheet prepared. We did not poll for any type of comfort level for these new proposals because they require discussion first. So let me turn it over to Camille to give us a little bit of framing for item 1.
I believe I'm actually going to pass it straight back unless Caleb, you had anything to say from a staff perspective. Caleb supported Irene and Ruth in their discussions about this item. And we had called it new government entities in the May meeting. And Irene and Ruth are online. If there is anything you'd like to say to kick off this discussion. You do all have, just to clarify, in front of you, which is an excerpt of the briefing packet, you have the language that the working groups developed. And that is what you're seeing in front of you, just so to clarify what you see there. So maybe what we can actually do, Megan, is if everyone would like a couple, would it be helpful to have a few minutes to like read through this, refresh your memories, and then get into the discussion? I think that might be helpful this morning. I'm seeing some heads nodding. James, go ahead.
Can I get a reference point in the report, just like a page number, so I know where to track this?
Page 11,
Thank you.
of course, of the briefing packet.
Of the briefing packet. Gotcha. Okay.
Yes. So let's take, 5-10 minutes to just refresh your memory with these ideas, and then we can jump into discussion. Just a quick note to those on Zoom that we are not speaking right now. Everyone is taking a moment to review the briefing packet. So you should not be hearing any audio. We'll be back on shortly.
Members, when you're done reviewing, please take your name card and turn it on the vertical so we'll know. Wait for one more minute and then get started. Go ahead and start the conversation. Megan has up a spreadsheet similar to what we had yesterday so that we can capture feedback as you all share it. So we can start here with the discussion item 1, new government entities, and consider the proposals you have in front of you. Agriculture Ombuds Program, Department of Agricultural Equity, expand capacity of CDFA's Farmer Equity Office, and Priority Producer and Land Steward Complaint Streamlining Program. So open it to any comments from here, or Ruth or Irene, if you'd like to jump in first, that's also fine, either way.
I can say a little bit just to start off. I think the goal here was to kind of propose the range of ideas that had come up in discussion, and they're not all mutually exclusive. I think it's just a chance to think about what would be the most helpful types of programs to set up, whether it's a new department, maybe within CDFA or something like that, or these other programs. Just to think about what's feasible and what would work within the current systems, or maybe create new systems.
What working group was this discussion formed from?
Irene and Ruth.
What working group? It's just their personal working group, or?
No, so all of the members were gathered into groups of 2, and then they had either 2 or 3 items to discuss. Some of them worked on sections of the report. Some of them worked on discussion items that were assigned in May and a section of the report.
Okay.
The working groups are listed in your briefing packet. They're not listed right here. They're listed in the briefing packet on the page about revisions to the report.
I am more hesitate to propose or suggest to create a new program. Can you say that? Because there are many existing local organizations or community-based organizations are deeply rooted in that community and have connections with the farm workers and farmers. And that trusted relationship has been built with many years of work. Creating a new position or new program, it would take years or decades to gain that trusted relationship, and that's costly. And I think expanding the already existing CBOs or nonprofit organizations will be much more effective and efficient than creating new roles or new programs. And creating one new role is expensive, and programs too. You need salary, benefits, and then operational costs. Especially, we're not super sure how this role is going to be effective, and if this role is going to be narrowly defined or anything. So I'm more hesitant to creating new government or new positions. And if I have to choose among those four, I would think expanding the existing CDFA's Farm Equity Office would be my suggestion, my vote. CDFA's BIPOC organization, BIPOC group, committee group has been doing a lot of work, and CDFA has done a better job compared to other agencies.
Okay, I'm gonna just follow what she said. But kind of for different reasons. I agree that creating something new would take away from what's already in place. And my recommendation or my feedback anyway isn't based off of because of the existing organization's healthy relationships with the tribes, but rather than the lack of. And that's why I wouldn't want to create something new, but to support the lack of, tribal inclusion or partnerships within the existing programs and entities. And when it comes to the CDFA's BIPOC group, it is very limited in representation, and I wouldn't say it is a good representation of tribal nations in California, but it's a start. And there's, a few of us in there, but it's not enough. So that's why I'm saying to support what's already out there. Because yeah, they're getting the wheels turning, but it's not in motion quite yet when it comes to tribal engagement and partnership building.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say I totally agree with Emily.
Yeah, I just even the title, new government entities, a lot of these are programs or departments, and just kind of want to dissect here of the agricultural owned flood program does exist within the UCANR system of like specialty crop growers, and those people can be bolstered up to just have more information besides their specialty crops. Yeah, the Department of Agriculture Equity could just be us boosting and bolstering the capacity of the Farmer Equity Office. And yeah, the priority producer and land steward complaint streamlining program could be way more specific. I will say it is really hard to complain about any farmers market owners or managers, and CDFA does somewhat oversee and regulate that. So there is a big gap in complaint streamlining, but I don't know that belongs in here in our recommendations really, or maybe it's just like telling of that farmers need more of a voice, besides things like this, besides having to commit to a larger committee for a long time.
Doria, and then James, and then Ruth. So that's way too close.
So I just want to agree with, I think the best way to move forward is to focus on what exists and strengthen it, which is expanding the capacity of CDFA's Farmer Equity Office. I think a lot of this work could be done through that expansion, a place for complaints, a place for coordinating support. I do think that the Agriculture on Buds program sounds like a grant program to me. It could be proposed as a grant program to nonprofit organizations or anyone else who are working, and they can apply to provide this service in the county that they're working in. That's what it sounds like that to me. It sounds like a lot of people are already doing this, at least part of this work, and maybe it's a grant program that focus on the outcomes, to the specific outcomes of increasing land access and securing people's place on the land once they have it. That's it.
James, go ahead.
Thanks. I mean, I think what I'm going to say is echoing a couple of comments that other folks have made. The one thing that I think is tricky about this in particular is that it's very clear that there are certain regions where having this type of role or person would be really, really impactful. And in other regions in the state, it would make more sense to empower local organizations that are already working in support of something. And I am always hesitant about creating a new institution because then it has to be built, it has to work its own kinks out, and then it has to get operating. And that often takes a lot of time and energy and resources that could otherwise be streamlined into people that are already doing work on the ground and have been for some time. That being said, I also think it's important that if it's if the recommendation is to resource organizations to continue to do work that they're already doing, I think it's important to suggest how, like, to make a couple of recommendations around that, like around things like how these organizations can coordinate their efforts to serve the community better, how and then something that's been echoed is like having a real clear kind of like it's not like it's almost like a whistleblowing hotline of like you people, because a lot of times we hear people say like, yeah, I've been told there's this program for me, but it doesn't actually, there's no way I can actually get it, it's inaccessible for X, Y, and Z reasons. And I think we need to create a kind of, as part of this, if we do have some kind of new entity, new role, that there's a really clear way to flag where the red flags are, where things really haven't worked for communities of growers and for tribal communities. And I think that would be important to add kind of.
You, Ruth, go ahead.
I want to just provide a little background on the Ag Ombuds program, and what that came out of was the listening sessions where farmers mentioned the need for, like the term used was a public navigator program, because of all the conflicting regulations that it's hard to keep track of and comply with, anywhere from, I mean, you're all aware, right? I mean, cold storage on the farm and zoning regulations, or produce wash stations and zoning regulations, up to Sigma irrigated lands, food safety requirements. And so I think there is a need for specific assistance, like technical assistance with regulatory compliance. And the Ag Ombuds program currently has 2 counties with UCA&R, one county that has someone at an RCD and one county that has someone at an Ag Commissioner's office. And so there's currently 4 people in the state of California doing this. And so the idea would be to somehow expand that, whether it's, as Daria mentioned, a grant program. There was a suggestion at one point that it be under CDFA, and I think it's really important to have it outside of any regulatory agency, such as the Ag Commissioner or CDFA, just to keep it really separate. And the other issue that came up when I talked to the Ag Ombuds folks at UCA&R was confidentiality, and just the importance of housing it in an institution that can protect farmer information. So those are just some additional thoughts. I would make a plug for this. I think that there's a need for some kind of, whether you call it public navigator or Ag Ombuds program, but just the the feedback from the listening sessions was that farmers really need help with navigating all the regulatory compliance requirements. And so whatever form that takes, I think it's important to consider.
Thank you. James, did you want to jump back in, and then I'll keep an eye on the room?
Yeah, super quickly, I want to co-sign something that Ruth just shared about the existing Ag Umbuds program. Like so San Mateo County, where I've worked a lot, they have an Ag Umbuds person housed under the RCD. And I will just say that my experience working with growers in that county is that having somebody who is a non-regulatory liaison to help support navigating compliant, like all of those things, and be exposed to new grant opportunities and things like that, has been really helpful for the agricultural community on the San Mateo coast side, who are navigating a lot of the challenges that are shared up in, it sounds like from the report back this morning, around like farm worker housing access and things like that. And so it's kind of like creating a carve out of a position in which somebody is trusted because they are embedded in the agricultural community, and they get they're able to have the county people answer the phone when they call, which, like, when farmers do that, that tends not to happen as much. So I will just say that, like, I really do think there's a utility there that's really valuable in terms of like bridging the kind of state compliance stuff with what farmers can feasibly do on the ground. And that feels like that would help address a lot of the things we've been talking about, certainly around some of the tenure issues.
Comments in the room? Irene, and then Doria.
So I think, obviously I'm a big proponent of maybe, well, definitely the Department of Agricultural Equity. To me, that is very ideal. And I know it would be, it would take a lot of effort. It would a lot of funding. But definitely a new agency, I think, is the most ideal, just because of the systems that we're currently working with are historically inequitable, right? There's a racist history. There's just a lot to that. And so I know that there are issues with maybe even having this under CDFA with certain folks that I've talked to. And I think a lot of that is because of the support maybe to a certain like alternative farming or co-ops or different things like that, which other folks might know a little more about that. But just when we were consulting with different people, that was one of the issues of doing it under CDFA. But I guess what I'm coming to is so many of the issues that we've talked to in the task force, and us as a community-based organization who have gotten a lot of funding maybe for technical assistance, still end up seeing the same people we're trying to help scrambling for help, right? It's like we will maybe send them to somebody else, and not that we're not doing a good job, but that element is missing. And so that's why I think it's very crucial for us as a task force to come up with that solution, whatever it may be, and make sure there's tribal representation and that there's quality control over that, like ensuring that outreach is being done to hire different people that represent these different communities of all the communities we visited, over the past couple of years. And so I'm still just a big proponent of a Department of Agriculture. However, I need to express that.
Okay, I'm gonna circle back to the ombuds program for a sec. And I guess my big question is, does it have to be anchored, or only the only participants be from the UC? Or that it seems like if there was a both and here, where there is existing UC ombudsman, that's great. If there were people, organizations who were better centered in other areas that already have those relationships, then maybe they could get a grant to perform those similar or same functions, but maybe there's a way to centralize the access. So there was one place you could go to if you were a farmer to look to see who your ombudsman is and have their contact information so that we wouldn't have to, know somebody to know who knows. But a centralized place maybe in CDFA or USDA or both that tells you where to find the people. And then following from that, making sure that everyone has training, the same training, so they're able to help everyone navigate these different regulatory agencies, and they're kept up to date maybe annually on any changes or updates, so that the ombudsmans in every area have at least the basic access to the same information, so they're effective. And then I did really hear that confidentiality piece and having it be outside of the regulatory agencies. I think that's really important. I do still think that there is, I would like to see this as a funding opportunity in order to expand who could provide these services and who could be supported to provide these services. And I wanted to just mention, as I didn't mention it before, that, we talk about the cost of doing this within the state, but at least we all need to remember that there's a cost no matter where we do it, and that, even in a nonprofit, they don't do things, they need to pay their people as well. So we just want to make sure that that's kept in mind. And then I'm a little bit struggling with a department, the concept of a Department of Agricultural Equity that would exist outside of the Department of Agriculture. That just seems unlikely. And maybe just not the best way to try to change things. I feel like if they were outside of the department, they could just be this isolated voice that has no power and not really doing anything and not really engaged or involved and whatnot. It sounds like there are things, or maybe things, that need to be talked about within the processes of CDFA, which has farmers asking for something outside of CDFA, kind of a truth and reconciliation process or something. And maybe we need to think about that and name that. And as we're proposing the expansion of the Office of Agricultural Equity, maybe talk about, what the current state is, what the current support of that office is, and where the problems are, so that we don't, go blindly into the night. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. So we have just 2 minutes left on this item. I see Nathaniel and Ruth. So thank you for your comments. If you can keep them relatively brief.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of roll on that homes agriculture Bud program, and maybe that there is more of an equity agriculture Bud program that like Doria was mentioning. Maybe it's not just one for each county. It's like, hey, are you trying to see this service provider or this service provider or this service provider, and bolstering the different levels of like farming regulations and housing regulations and permitting and insurance and all the different kind of things, because people are just, I feel like, better to specialize in those different things and like offer and bolster those programs locally up.
Thank you, Ruth.
Yeah, I want to speak to Doria's point about potentially having the ombudsperson program as a grant program. And I think originally what was discussed was that it wouldn't just be UCANR, but it could be RCDs or whatever nonprofit would make the most sense. And I'm not sure why that language isn't reflected in the summary there, but that was, I think, originally what was discussed, both on the task force and in the working group. So I think there is a need for some central coordination, which, I think UCANR would be well set up to provide. The other thing that I think is important is to have a feedback loop so that the concerns that are coming through the ombudsperson can get filtered up and provided back to regulatory agencies, so that there's a feedback loop of not only is that person or that program as a whole helping farmers navigate the regulatory requirements, but also flagging what are the barriers and the problems and the disconnects and lack of alignment of the regulatory programs, so that that feedback can then be provided to the state agencies or local agencies to help them continuously improve their programs. And I think there is potential to do that, wherever it's housed. I wouldn't house it within CDFA because their regulatory role. I think it needs to be in an educational institution that has a mandate for education rather than regulation, and that has the capacity to preserve confidentiality with things like public records requests that might come through. So that's just one additional thought.
Thank you. So we need to move to the next discussion item, but if I'm hearing everyone correctly, we're capturing comments, both live, and Caleb is also taking extensive comments. So staff will do our best to use what you've all told us to create a language that's more like a proposal that you can decide to put into your report or not, right? We'll try to create some clearer language based on the guidance you've all given.
Camille, before you move on, would it be okay to just double emphasize that feedback mechanism, maybe in the form of some kind of an annual report that by regulatory, by regulation on what farmers are seeing in the field, that would be given to, CDFA and the other regulating bodies with a mandate for them to respond and realign programs.
Thank you. Heard. And I think what I would propose is this actually go to the subcommittee that's going to be talking about goal 4, land tenure. It feels like at this moment, this would be most supportive of that goal. So that's what I propose to you all as next steps. Do you have anything else to say, Tori? Yeah, go ahead.
There we go. I would just also encourage a term limitation for these programs if they were to be enacted, similar to the way that the Farm Equity Advisor was beholden to a report. I think if we institutionalize a grievance process, I have the fear that it institutionalizes the fact that there's going to be grievances rather than like the accountability to try and do better and to actually create better programs. And so I think if we have a time limit to where we're actually really focused on finding like what are the big barriers, that would create a bigger incentive to create better regulatory processes.
Thank you. Let's move from here, and acknowledging that the conversation is not over yet on this, and we'll make sure that it continues both into the subcommittee and comes back to you in October as well. Let's move on to discussion item 2, cropland repurposing. I believe that this also was assigned to Ruth and Irene's working group, if I'm remembering correctly. Either of you are welcome to jump in, or if there's another member of the task force who would like to begin the conversation. I believe the question here for you all as you're reviewing is, what of this would you like to move into your recommendations, if anything? Here is the question to consider.
So in this section, I really felt like number 2 and number 3 were strong and appealing to me. that breaking, instead of just taking something totally out of commission, if possible, breaking it into smaller parcels with crops that are specifically low water use and available to priority producers just seemed to me like a great proposal. I'd like to see the math on that in terms of making sure that we're actually reducing water usage. I think that that's important. And then number three, increasing resources to water infrastructure to help small producers and priority producers maintain essential access to water. That to me also was like, if you could change your infrastructure, your tools to use a lot less water and making that available to people, that just seemed like another great solution. Yeah.
On this item, I would like to see more conversation on indigenous stewardship and how repurposing areas that are overdrafted can create a path for regenerating landscapes through TEK. So yeah, I'm just wanting to see how can we reintroduce the, pre-contact landscapes, indigenous landscapes, as we're thinking of decommissioning certain parcels, because I think that would also be of ecological benefit to the land. And I mean, I am seeing this, especially in the Central Valley, where there are places where flood historically existed before contact, and I think it's just a great way to bring that conversation back as we're thinking of shifting production.
I don't know if this is just a kind of a typo thing, but it says in that second paragraph towards the end, 2 land repurposing programs currently exist in California: the multi-benefit land repurposing program and the land flex program, both under the Department of Conservation. Actually, only one is under the Department of Conservation and one is under the Water Department of Water Board. So just wanting to, I guess, note that, yeah, I kind of agree with Doria, not kind of, but like number one feels more for the land flex program. While number 2 and 3, I feel like fit better into the multi-benefit land repurposing program. And that this is one of the largest discussions / recommendations to add in with a lot of information. Just wanted to make sure it's streamlined of like where we are suggesting money to go. And I do appreciate the like, for example, 500 acres of high water use crop could be divided into 20 parcels of 25 acres each. Like, that's very straightforward of a recommendation. But if it's not tied to where we think the grant program is, I don't know. The 200 million is a bit confusing. I don't know if all this would make sense, or is it making sense for everybody else?
That's helpful, Nathaniel. Can I speak to that very quickly, just to note that the language, if the task force were to decide that they did want to incorporate these ideas, staff would then have to go, and not all of this would make it, we try to actually make it match the way the report is written. So we would kind of check these things before they went in, but it would more likely look like pulled out these ideas the way all of your recommendations currently look, where you have kind of the action, and then there might be some additional context that moves up into that context piece. So that's not to directly answer your question, Nathaniel, but just noting, if this task force directs staff to take action here, we would adapt it to better fit the current structure of the report which you would again then see in October. So far, I'm hearing some additions, some consideration of language related to indigenous landscapes and stewardship alongside support for 2 and 3, and to be included into the report. Are there other comments? Ruth, I see Ruth, and then Darlene. Why don't we start with Darlene and then go to Ruth?
Yeah, this is a very big area. There's a lot of stuff. I agree with what Dorian had to say about the indigenous land. In the Central Valley, there's so many dams that were put up, and it affected the landscape greatly. When the floods happened a couple of years ago, Tulare Lake Basin came back to life for a little while. And when I'm reading this too, I know, I don't know, but there's a lot of land that may, be fallowed, but is it, and we talk about the transition large scale farmland to smaller farms. I don't even know if we can recommend like a limit on acreage for large farmers. Because there's, just so many large farmers that have large percentage of the farmland in California, period. And definitely they will be affected by what's happening. And I would love to see some of that land, especially the Tulare Lake area, be either conserved or land back to Native people, or maybe even, I know there's been talk about making it a state park in that area. It is all privately owned land though. So there's just a lot more to this, and I can't even put it into, so maybe I need to be on the discussion for the committee, this part of it. There's just so much to this, but yeah, that's all I have to say.
Ruth, go ahead.
So that is correct about the typo with the land flex program being under the Department of Water Resources. So thanks for that. And I just wanted to speak a little bit to the rationale behind number 1. I think it's correct that it relates more to the land flex program. But part of what that came out of is there's been a lot of pressure on the land flex program to engage small scale farmers to fallow land. And I really feel like that's not the best approach, where you have, let's say you have 30 acres. Are you going to fallow 5 or 10 of that acres and then go through the entire process to get reimbursed for a small amount of money from LandFlex? I think the strategy with LandFlex that makes more sense is to fallow large acreages to preserve groundwater levels and protect shallow wells. So maybe that could be highlighted here, is that number 1 relates more to LandFlex, and then number 2 and 3 might relate more to multi-benefit land repurposing.
Thank you for that, Ruth. I feel like we had talked about that a while ago in some working group, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Or maybe we could just say something about, I don't know how to say this exactly, but please don't make small farms fallow their land.
Yeah, I agree, Ruth. That would be much more clear for a new farmer.
I hear now, so welcoming other thoughts here. I think we still have a bit more. We have about 5 minutes left, so there is more time for comment. I'm hearing some suggestions here to make these existing recommendations stronger, but also hearing an interest to think about these a bit more and consider how they would relate to land back, other kinds of stewardship models. And so wondering whether this task force would like to have something that continues to think carefully about that relationship before putting anything into your draft, Or I'm just wondering what the next step would be for this task force, how you'd like to proceed. Or if you're ready to move these ideas into the report and then consider other ways to support land back, to support other kinds of models.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it occurs to me that in another section that we reviewed yesterday, we mentioned, excuse me, maybe we didn't mention this. Maybe it's something that's coming up. So there was another thing that we're dealing with having to do with land that has been kind of, God, I can't find any of my words this morning. Diminished. What's the word for that? Not decommissioned, but it's just the quality of the land has gone down. Depleted. Through agricultural practices, that there would be some incentive to have land stewards back on those lands using, traditional regenerative methods to try to bring it back. And it seems like this, this is a part of that, like using this effort to regenerate our aquifers as another opportunity, not just to leave land fallow and dusty and having other problems, a place for pests and things like that, but to actually, move that into this lane towards regeneration. But I do think that bringing in and having it focused around land back is really powerful, and that should be. But maybe we can connect these two sections in the report, so that they refer to each other.
So when I was reading this section, when I always have a hard time justifying like the fragmentation of land that is going to be permanent just because of the multi-generational effects that it could have. I think it's a great way to get more farmers on the land in this generation, but I'm just thinking what happens one generation down the line if this, if this property owner who is looking to inherit their land doesn't have an heir that wants to continue farming. That's just going to continue. That's just going to create a more difficult landscape for stewarding land, especially if other farmers are looking to lease. So I always recommend that if parcels are able to skip going through like subdivision, and if they're able to actually create that division through community agreements versus just like write out fragmentation of land, I see that as more beneficial. Just because I think fragmentation also leads to more commodification of land. You have more parcels that could be sold to the market. You're creating a more active market. So, yeah, I know that we have there's a big preference for small farmers. I think they're not mutually exclusive with having large parcels. I think I would encourage that we focus more on the governance so that multiple farmers can be on a large parcel versus splitting up and fragmenting parcels, which would create a whole suite of issues.
If after this conversation, there are task force members who have suggested like specific kinds of language that could be brought in to add those kinds of complementary modifications, we welcome those suggestions from any task force member is always welcome to share your suggestions with staff, and that will only make it that much further along when you see your ideas reflected back to you. So welcoming those inputs. I see Ruth and then Doria.
Yeah, to follow up on that last comment about not fragmenting parcels, I think it would be a great option for a nonprofit or a community land trust or some kind of organization like that to steward the land and either rent or make those parcels available to multiple small farmers. I think that maybe we could include something in that direction.
Doria and then Nelson.
I'm gonna bring up the song I always sing around just equity and building equity and for farmers that are renting and leasing. I mean, you set up a situation where you work your whole life on a parcel of land and not have anything to show for it and nothing to retire on because you don't own it, you're sharing it. We have to have some way to take care of aging farmers who are on leased land so they don't end up in, hoping that some kind of public assistance is going to carry them through when they're unable to farm anymore. Believe you me, it's a painful landscape for elders in our community and our society. And if you don't have any savings and you might not have any, Social Security, you're on the street. If we're going to go towards these kind of systems with, great governance and everything for younger people, we need to make sure that they are imagining, envisioning people who are older, who need to retire, need to stop.
Nelson.
Yeah, I share a lot of the same intentions and values that were shared with a lot of the members. When I was reading through this discussion item, I noticed that a lot of the land repurposing was anchored in water use, and as it should be, of course, water is life, and when we're talking about stewarding land, it's intricately tied with, watershed in the regions. I think we should open it up to other considerations in addition to that as well, if it wasn't considered so far. So that's one thing that came to mind. I think categories 2 and 3 definitely stick out to me as a higher priority. I think they are connected in many ways. Speaking on category 2, I think it's a great idea, especially coming from a land stewardship perspective and water conservation perspective. But I feel like there will be some challenges in managing accordingly to achieve the outcomes that's intended here. Specifically when it comes to lowering water use operated by smaller scale farmers. They can choose what crops they want to grow, and it's not going to necessarily be a requirement to grow low water use crops. Although I think generally speaking that often happens, and especially when it comes to specialty crops that I mentioned here. An example that comes to mind for the tying in 2 and 3, 3 being the increased access to infrastructure resources. So at Deep Seated Farm yesterday, Eddie mentioned that he got an award for $25,000, and he used that to increase or to purchase a more efficient water pump for his farm. And in theory, it did achieve the outcome of more efficient use of energy for the pump, for variable frequency drive pump. But because he didn't own the land, it wasn't an incentive for him to put more financial resources into other irrigation components for his farm. So specifically like leaky pipes and things like that actually caused the pump to be used more often. So I'm just bringing that up to say that there's more nuances when it comes to achieving the outcomes for water use efficiency and increasing access to the infrastructure necessary to achieve that outcome. But I know that's a whole conversation itself, but I just wanted to point that out, and then also brought in the conversation for other aspects of land repurposing beyond water, tied to water, but also, thinking about air and other resources as well.
So I think we have just a minute left. I know Dorian and Nathaniel. Okay, no more longer. Dorian, go ahead.
I could actually hold off till the next item, so I'll hold off.
I just want to quickly piggyback off what Nelson was saying. It is actually much harder in theory to switch from 100 acres of almonds to 20 parcels of 20 different kind of crop, or 25, whatever we had in here. A bunch of different kind of crops, a bunch of different kind of water uses, different times, different farmers now needing housing all at the same space where there used to be no one living. A lot of problems that we could spend more time, and I think it's hard to incorporate in that number one with such large, well, really all of it, but really just have to express that because firsthand experience of it's not as easy as good as it sounds.
Thank you all. I'm thinking that this discussion needs to move into the subcommittee discussion. I would suggest in goal 2, protected and thriving agricultural lands. Does that feel right to everyone? I think there's more to say here before. And when people are comfortable moving language in. So yes, that sounds correct. Okay, thank you all. Let's move to discussion item 3. We'll do one more and then we'll take a break and we'll come to the last 2 after break. So I believe this was Doria and who was Nathaniel. Thank you, Tessa. Worked on discussion item 3. It had been called urban and rural infrastructure. And I believe the language that you see here is focused on urban agriculture. So open it here. Doria.
Just say a couple of things. I feel like there's some things that I wanted to get in here, but I couldn't during the time just for stuff that was going on with me. I wanted to mention that I also had an item around the Surplus Land Act, that parcels that were that were identified as surplus land in urban areas that were not appropriate for housing. Maybe they're too small, maybe there's some other reason. Should be considered for urban agriculture, should be explicitly, like, we should, kind of put that out there as a priority use. And then, there's a number of other issues that our urban farmers kind of face, having to do with water access, water management and drainage, whether or not composting is allowed on site. Some places restricted. And marketing and sales on site, and sometimes planting of fruit trees. And so I had some items around that, specifically a fund for water access, because oftentimes that meter can be up to $30,000 or more to just get a water meter on site if you don't have one already in a vacant lot, which could be prohibitive if you want to do an urban ag project. So I'm sorry those didn't make it in there, but I just wanted to mention them before we got started.
Does this look somewhat accurate to what you had said, or anything you'd like to change that, just so people can see the ideas written out?
Just making sure that in the zoning, the zoning code that's provided, the kind of templates for zoning code, that it explicitly addresses the ability, allowing for composting on site, some level of composting that's appropriate for the size and scale of the operation and the proximity to other housing or other uses. And then also explicitly allows for marketing and sales, like farm stands, on-site things, even if it's not zoned a retail area. That this is particular in the case of Richmond, where I am, it limits the amount of individuals that could come and participate in that marketing, so you don't create a nuisance, but it should allow for it so that it can function in case people want to go in that direction to maintain, to help sustain their operations. And then just fruit trees, that I was shocked to learn when we first started our operations that fruit trees were not allowed to be planted in public spaces and public parks. You could not plant any fruit trees. And so, allowing for the planting of fruit trees in public spaces or in these communal public community garden spaces is helpful. as a part of the zoning code. So there's a bunch of kind of examples that we just want to make sure are included in there.
Yeah, thank you, Doria. I know we had a lot, I feel like that was hard to wrap together because the urban and rural infrastructure is so different. And I think that that was one of the things is like Doria, you mainly covered all of the urban things that we discussed, but like rural it's the same kind of like for small farmers. Most of the time it's like black or white of like, oh, you're either in the city and you live in a house or an apartment, or you're out in the rural areas and you have a farm and it's really big. And so you know, having the technical assistance for again permitting, it's on both ends, urban and rural. And you know, ultimately it boils down to like the land's best use can really be determined by the farmer or whoever's there. Like Doria mentioned, like there's certain spaces that should not be, that are in the city that shouldn't have houses, and we need more open space. But there is the, you know, increasing need for housing to incorporate smaller farms. So I feel like that was not necessarily captured in this language here, but what are the other mechanisms of like the infrastructure to let people know? We've talked a lot about like being alert of the sales of land, and there are like public records and things like that, but there's just a lot of paywalls and licenses and things like that that maybe real estate agents or other organizations can access, but it is not easy to access those as a small farmer in rural areas. Spoke a bit about this last night at the farms visit sites. Scaling up is a big thing, and again, it's like it's not as easy when going from the urban to the rural, whether you're living in the urban and farming in the rural, or have a bit of both. I know right now I'm in that situation of like, it's totally different kinds of regulations in different counties that I farm. So those thoughts there, I don't feel like there was too much to put into the, I just want to say zoning. Zoning is the piece to put in.
Thank you. I see some name cards here that are on their edge. Are those people waiting to get in the queue or left over? Nelson, I don't know yours. Yours is. Irene, is yours? Were you hoping to get in there? Okay, go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, I have experience in both urban and rural, and reading the prompt on this section, removing barriers to urban agriculture, I guess my thinking was wrapped around that. So I just want to add to what's already mentioned, specifically speaking to that. I agree, and I want to, second what Doria said about the funding for water use, I think it was. In West Sacramento, where I have my urban farm, they've done a program, if you could call it that, but they subsidize the cost of water for urban agriculture, and I think something like that across the state would be extremely beneficial, or just discounting the water rates in the city to match agricultural rates because it's significant when it comes to urban agriculture in the context of that. The economy of scale makes it so that the cost of production is so much higher than on a larger scale with the right equipment and infrastructure. So that's one way to address that, and it can alleviate the cost and all the extra social benefits and environmental benefits that come with urban agriculture. So want to highlight that, and then also what comes to mind is supporting some funding for the managers and those that are performing the work of urban agriculture so that can be sustainable. Speaking back to the economy scale, the high cost of production, it's difficult to pay the folks putting in the work. And of course they're achieving a lot more social benefits than, it's possible in rural areas, as far as getting people engaged, as far as education, as far as, workforce development. So, opportunities for workforce development and getting youth and young adults not only education but also employment opportunities. There's a program that my urban farm works with that does that, and I think providing funding for workforce development across all urban agricultural programs will be extremely beneficial to address those cost barriers. And then my last note was kind of mentioned here in the last point, but I think creating a model or template ordinance for urban agriculture that can be applied and like copy pasted or, utilized in different city jurisdictions across the state within their frameworks, within their specific needs would be beneficial. And that's something that was mentioned at the Bakersfield listening session as well, is, some city officials have, maybe just unaware of existing policies and ordinances, and having some type of template or some type of model to adopt to their specific city will help streamline efforts to support urban agriculture.
So on that note, I'm going to continue on that. So yeah, I actually shared with the task force staff the example of the city of Richmond's urban agriculture ordinance, as well as the urban agriculture assessment the city did before they did the ordinance. So we had a whole assessment process. So I shared that final report. I also shared the amendment to the general plan for the Contra Costa County that was done to allow for urban agriculture in unincorporated Contra Costa County, which goes very specifically into the specific changes in permitting, costs for permitting, level of permitting for a whole table of agricultural activities, at different scales of production, to basically lower the barriers for urban agriculture and lower the cost. And I just feel like that is great, and I'd love to share that out. And then if there are any other jurisdictions who have similar examples that we could share and have available to people so that they could, copy and paste and edit instead of having to come up with things totally on their own. Although an assessment is really helpful because it helps each jurisdiction determine what the specific situations that they'll be facing in their area are and what their ordinance may need to respond to. So I wanted to say that. I also wanted to say that in terms of water access, I'd like to make sure the note is specific, that this fund for water access should be for specifically that cost of the meter. The meter is, prohibitively expensive, can be tens of thousands of dollars to get a meter to initiate water services. And then the water rates, what we're looking for is that they would be either irrigation rates or agricultural rates for urban farmers. because that makes it possible. At our farm, we have irrigation rates, which makes it a lot more affordable and possible to do the work that we do. Yeah.
Thank you. I see Lawrence.
Yeah, I think these ideas that are bulleted are great. Formalized recognition of urban farmers. But I wanted to add also that if we could include somehow there's tribal communities in the metropolitan areas, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, and some of a way to reach that urban community would be through the tribal clinics, the Indian health centers in those cities. And even in this area, there's always been IHS funding Indian health services. So Indian clinics have kind of been the backbone institution for Native Americans. So even in this community, there's United Indian Health Services in Arcata, which they have a community garden. But so this is kind of a new idea, but we haven't really talked about 4-H and FFA. And part of that participation, I think, would help if there was funding for cities to build livestock areas and auction yards, and funding for, I think that would boost participation for low-income communities, because you have to basically buy an animal and then raise it and then auction it off. I think there'd be good collaboration too with some of the buyers of at the end of after they've raised their livestock, could be, you know, organic restaurants in these urban areas. So I think funding for livestock areas and maybe set asides for pasture areas could boost participation for low-income families in urban areas where they're not able to buy that animal at the beginning and buy the feed for it. So yeah, I think that's it.
Other comments, ideas? Go ahead.
I'm gonna talk a lot. One of the things that I think we wanted to do, and it didn't really get captured in the title, but there is a really potentially important interaction between rural and urban spaces, or semi-rural thing. In an urban farm, you have a limited amount of space because of cost, because of competition for open space in urban areas. And so it seems like it's important to underscore and support the development of food hubs that connect urban farms and maybe smaller priority farmer farms, and bringing food into communities and making a kind of urban rural connection between the two. And there's a lot of potential there to support priority farmers through proper relationships at these kind of food hubs that could be in an urban area that makes those connections. Also, when you do that, you can connect and trade other things like knowledge and experiences in a rural landscape for urban kids and things like that. So I just wanted to make that connection, especially when you're talking about establishing a rural farm for a priority farmer that may be just outside of the urban area. Connection to market is important, and an urban farm can play a really critical role in making those connections. So yeah.
Thank you. I have a question for all of you, and if there are other general comments, please share them. But staff, as we were thinking about this and proposing it, we were wondering where you see does urban agriculture, is it its own package of ideas, and where would it go in the report? Or is urban agriculture throughout these existing 4 goals? Are there pieces of it that belong everywhere? I know this is like this is just down to structure, but I do think it opens up a bigger question about where do these ideas sit? So Nathaniel, you had a response to that, and it's an invitation to all of you.
Yeah, I think I think in our recommendations, I don't know, I'm a bit torn of putting it in its own space and naming that it is at all these other stops. It is in every region. Even last night, we went to a larger farm in a urban area. And, you know, they had to work with the schools. And so like regulatory and like figuring all that out, it very important to the community. So naming that it is everywhere and that it comes in many different forms, whether it's a sustenance farm, a community garden, traditional ecological knowledge, you know, participation school like 4-H, those different things make up urban agriculture and so much more that we are trying to push the limits on. So I do feel like naming that it is everywhere and that it comes in different forms, and like sometimes these land consolidation or service agencies need to be addressing the urban ag more, instead of here's our recommendations for urban ag, and like just being a little bit more incorporating it within all the different spaces.
Okay, thank you. And James.
I think structurally, I mean, I think one thing that might be something we would want to adopt for the final report would be, I like orienting towards our broad goals that are pretty holistic in terms of the they're kind of statewide, they're goals for everything. I do think in the appendix it would be really important for us to actually pull out different frameworks for different types of entity structure, for like I want it to be easily referenceable for somebody who is focused on urban land equity and urban agriculture to be able to look at this report and go to a place that is like, here's a distilled list of all of the ways that this could look in an urban agricultural setting. Here is a list of all the ways this, you know, all the different elements of this for a private landowner, for, you know, for various kind of stakeholders in the types of arenas that we've been talking about. I don't think we should orient the entire report that way, although there's probably an argument for that. It's more like so that somebody who's reading this report know, like if they work in a specific sector, they can be like, okay, like I know what I'm looking at. I need to, if it's urban ag, I need to go look at Richmond's ordinance. I need to go look at Contra Costa. I need to go look at these things. And then here is a host of recommendations that if I take to my own city council, I will be backed by this report and you know, like the policy recommendations and the research that's gone into that. And the same thing for rural communities, for tribal communities. Like I think being able to kind of pull to have like direct guidance might be something that we'd want to think about doing. I think it makes sense, but I haven't let that idea marinate for a super long time.
Thanks, James. I have Doria and Dorian.
So I'm going to advocate for a goal 5, being urban agriculture, and that being that it is very particular. A lot of circumstances that an urban farmer is going to meet are not the same in a rural environment at all. And so often, if we are put kind of in the appendix or in the details, we're just forgotten. Nobody goes that far. It's not really looked at. Many of the existing programs for supporting farming really do not serve urban agriculture producers at all. Like it's hard to access. We don't qualify, or too little, or too this or too that. And I do feel like we need to, there's grounds to mention us in goal 3, goal 4, but have a whole section that is very explicitly urban agriculture specific recommendations. There are so many people practicing and so little support coming in terms of CDFA, the Urban Ag Grant is always the one that loses funding. It's just, I really want to advocate strongly for it having a goal 5, that's Urban Ag.
I had Dorian and then Emily.
Mostly dittoing what Dory says. I'd recommend a separate goal, and I'd also just add that yeah, the problems that urban ag faces are really different than I think other forms of agriculture, and I think if we were to look at all land that could be colored by urban agriculture, we'd also find that there'd be solutions that would be unaddressed as well. So yeah, I just advocate for having it be a goal of itself. Also taking into consideration that the overwhelming amount of agriculture happening in agriculture is not urban, so it is like a neat, I think, category that needs its own consideration. I think it's really important culturally too, because so many of us cut our teeth in urban agriculture, and it has particular problems of its own.
Thank you, Emily.
Just thinking, is this where we put address the coastal priorities with the what we heard from the tribal engagement session? I still wanted to bring that up. I know that doesn't directly give any feedback to these numbers that you provided or discussion items, but coastal farms such as kelp farms, seaweed farms in the water, would that be considered an urban farm? Just getting the wheels turning.
We're at time, but we have a minute if anyone would like to respond to that, or at least, and we can ensure that continues the conversation.
I was thinking that we would be able to add it on in the additional proposals section to address water-related farming. That's what I was thinking in discussion item number 5, the additional proposals.
Let's add that to the list and we'll come back to this issue of coastal access and stewardship. Okay, we'll come back to that in discussion item 5. It's a break right now. So 10:45 come back, is that right? Break. Time for a break. We will reconvene at 10:45 sharp. Thank you, everyone. Sharp.
We have missing task force members. They went rogue. Maybe they're out frolicking in the beautiful fields, getting some sunlight. But we're gonna get started. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6. Plus James and Ruth, 7, 8. Okay, great. So let's get started. We are gonna go for approximately 20 to 22 minutes on item 4, and then another 20, 22 minutes on item 5. Remember, we end at 1 o'clock today, so we've got to squeeze this all in 2 hours and 13 minutes. Okay, land consolidation, number 4.
So the working group here was Dorian and Lawrence, land consolidation. Okay, so just noting that in case either of you would like to kick off the discussion, the conversation, and then we can open it up.
Yeah, so this one was challenging. I feel like we were stuck between a rock and a hard place because it's a really big problem that we're seeing, but it's really difficult to address effectively because I think we have to question a lot of things if we start to think about questioning land consolidation. It's more about trying to diminish the impact of it versus creating any policies with substantial repair or that halt and reverse certain patterns. So you'll see that in the actual proposals, we're talking about banning farmland investment institutions from purchasing land in California, which is going to be difficult to define. I think we've seen in other states, there's been bans on maybe like certain corporations from acquiring land or foreign entities. So that would include like non-US individuals, businesses, or countries from acquiring land. The problem we're facing in California is the farmland investment industry, though, and that looks very, very it looks differently depending on who's doing the investment. Like TIAA, for example, which gets cited here, I believe they're a 501c4, so they're technically a nonprofit with some like LLC components, and it's like, how do you ban that? So I'd like to just open it up. I think there's a couple of considerations here. It is a really important conversation, and I think it leads to some of what I spoke about in the second proposal related to like the commodification of land and fragmentation. This is a big part of why farmland is unaffordable, because there is an industry that is happily willing to pay handsome prices for land. They ramp up the market, and it makes farmland unaffordable for other people. And so, while one generation gets to retire because their land was bought up by an investment company, it actually sets a pattern of unaffordability, and it's really challenging. So I think it's just worth looking into. Yeah, I'll leave it open there. I don't know if Lawrence wants to add anything.
No, I mean, yeah, open it up. I think the biggest takeaway are the two recommendations on page 16.
I guess I had a question, and Dorian, you mentioned this, but just defining those farmland investment institutions, I guess in my head, I'm imagining large, I'll just use like tri-cow pistachio growers, or something like, if they're moving into a new area because it's like, hey, a lot of people are switching over from growing one crop to now growing pistachios. yeah, I guess just finding, fine tuning what farmland investment institutions like. Yeah. What does that look like?
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem that we're addressing. So like, if you look at other states, you have anti-corporate farming laws, which basically ban uh, many corporations in whatever way they might look like from acquiring land. It's actually been shown to be pretty restrictive. What you end up happening is you exempt family farm corporations because a lot of these anti-corporate farming laws are trying to preserve the myth of the family farm. What you end up seeing is just a lot of family farm corporations incorporating. So it would be challenging. I think, we would have to identify an entity. I'm not sure that we would define like the activities of a particular entity. I think that would get a little trickier. So I think that's where we're running up against.
And a follow-up question, I guess, because I do see the rock in a hard place of, seems like there will always be another loophole or entity or way to organize. But yeah, wondering if there's any more ideas around like what you had said to mitigate the effects or like help small farmers that are, quote unquote, holding out for the pressures.
If there's an immediate response there, go ahead, and then James has a hand up. Any immediate response?
I mean, the only other thing that I think hasn't been as clearly defined here is going after non-operating landlords. But even that would be challenging itself because, a non-operating landlord could switch from being non-operating to operating by virtue of like having maybe like major stock in a corporation. So they would just maybe have to create a business that even if they're not actually doing much of the work, if they're a shareholder in the business, that would be some way that loophole to it. So yeah, you're talking about the loophole. I mean, I think that's another category that we could look like because we've seen that non-operating landlords, which overwhelmingly is what the farmland investment industry is non-operating landlords. Yeah, that would be maybe possibly another category, but yeah. Here we go. So.
James and then Doria.
Yeah, my comments are just that I think this is a really good example of a real paradox that we are navigating in. It's kind of an offshoot of this specific issue, but like, how are we able to ensure generational access to affordable land for the purposes of agriculture and for tribal uses while kind of it historically, and I think most people, if you ask them like what's the biggest way to create intergenerational wealth, it's like, well, to have a big asset base, and land is a really big asset. And I just think it's we're navigating, there's like this really we're navigating a weird thing in that, like, my personal opinion is that we need to decommodify land when it has community value, that it can't be just a driver for the operator to become wealthy over time. But I also recognize that's like just my take. Like, I think there's room for all kinds of disagreement there that is totally valid. But the thing that I was curious about for this specific thing is instead of banning it. I mean, I'm not opposed necessarily, but alternatively, instead of banning that type of purchase, maybe there's some type of government, like a regulatory compliance thing around creating a platform for there to be consent from the local community or stakeholders there that would actually create an opening for an alternative use for that land. That, like, in the act of one of these large corporate land grab entities coming in, that they have to create a public forum for a discussion about the use of that land, which then would allow for kind of higher value proposition of having it go towards these other goals around equitable land access in the state. So functionally, kind of using their desire to purchase as a driver for repurposing the use. I'm not sure how tenable that is legally, but that's true for most of the stuff.
So with this item, I feel like I really don't have enough information to give the kind of feedback that I would want to give. I do just wanted to mention that I just had questions about just the legality of what's being proposed. and then just wondered if there would be, we would have more success with disincentives as opposed to proposing a ban that might not go anywhere. So there must be some kind of, their financial gain by having these financial institutions purchase land. So what financial disincentive could we use to make that less attractive? Would there be some kind of a tax or some kind of something that could apply to these specific types of purchases, and that would make it less attractive for this kind of land ownership? That's my question. Again, I feel like I don't really have enough information or enough knowledge to really guide it, but I have a sneaking suspicion that an outright ban probably won't go anywhere.
Yeah, I do want to follow up on that and just say the number 2, the seized existing lands currently owned by financial service organizations. I don't feel like that will go a long way as far as a recommendation. And again, I hate being negative Nate over here, but I think that there's always going to be another way or loophole, and that's been, I guess, in my work and thinking about this, of like, we can't ban them from buying the farmland, but we can tax if it's converted. We can, decentivize, like Doria is saying, but also empowering the organizations to purchase this land that is being in transition. That's something that stood out to me yesterday in the report from UC Davis, is that, these lands are transitioning, and there does need to be organizations that can act swiftly, because land acquisition is not it's not something that comes with perfect timing. I think that, a lot of time and effort is put into keeping an eye on the properties that are going up for sale, and, the ones that are large in the right hands could do a lot of good. In the wrong hands, it's, draining the water table even more. So just empowering organizations to be able to purchase and move land to farmers, I think, would be more of the combating the big land grabs.
Dorian, is that an interest in the queue?
Yeah, I just want to keep the conversation going and reply to a lot of what has been said. I like this. I think it's good to talk about it and see what the limits are. Yeah, so with James' recommendation, the first thing that came up to me is who would be a stakeholder in that conversation. And I think that's one of the limitations that, we're trying to think about creatively too, with RCDs, right? That it's property owners that usually have the biggest say in the governance of an RCD. So I'm thinking if there's a sort of mitigation plan, who would be the stakeholder? and would it just be the property owners? Because if a property owner is being told, you know, that their land is going to be purchased at a premium price and they're able to retire, I mean, they'd happily, and that's the thing, right? Like, people are happily are taking, are selling their land because they are getting really high prices for it, and so that's an incentive that already exists. How to disincentivize it? I mean, I think the question is like, who are we disincentivizing? Still stands, and like, who are we defining as like being disincentivized? I think one thing that I've also seen is possibly putting caps on appreciation. I think that would be another thing to think of, because that's why farmland is so interesting to investors. It's a stable increase, right? It's not as volatile as other investments. It has a steady increase, but if we're able to cap the appreciation, then that would be a way to disincentivize. And then as far as you know, Nathaniel, you're talking about timing. I mean, even if we had, you know, the best mechanism to make sure that a sale of land happened swiftly and quickly, and community-based organization came in first, I'm just thinking upstream, like the market that this is creating is making it so that so much money will be needed to be able to create like a meaningful transfer of land to priority producers, or you know, into more hands, and you know, like democratize the composition of land. And so I think that's one of the really challenging things that we're dealing here. And I also realize that I think this is why like having alternative vehicles is really important, you know, because I think if we're able to use other avenues like community-based land or public lands, that creates intergenerational access. It might not create equity, but I think it's important to really rethink, you know, like historically a nest egg has been useful, but we're getting to the point where that's sort of spiraling out of control, and I don't think it can be restabilized. Like we really have to move into a different direction. And so I think this is one way to think about it. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
I just want to piggyback off what you were saying. I do think that it does create that generational access and connection to the farming and continuing farming. And like as we saw yesterday, all of the farmers were just like, oh no, I could never own land. This county, something we didn't really address, has, you know, gone through a huge shift of what they were able to grow. There's a huge market crash in what used to bolster a lot of the economy in this county. And those land prices are reflective of that, because there used to be so much profit, and now the land is not looked at as profitable because it's not on that scale. That being said, like being able to farm for a livelihood can create the equity and the momentum to be able to farm your own land if that is what you desire, but getting the access to the farmable land is the first step.
So here's one of those areas where I would love to have the technical assistance team come in and kind of come up with some strategies, propose some strategies for disincentives, strategies for kind of politically possible ways to respond to this. Yeah, who have a lot more knowledge about, you know, kind of land taxes and what is and what isn't possible, so that we have a strong recommendation here. And then I'm just gonna sing that old song again around retirement. Just, y'all, when you get to be alive still and in your 80s, if you spent your whole life as a farmer, and you start having night dementia, so you can't be home alone by yourself because you're seeing things and hearing things. And if you don't have any money saved so that you can hire somebody to be with you if your family's not around anymore, you're facing $7,000 to $14,000 a month cost of a skilled nursing facility a month for minimal care. This isn't even if you have like illnesses and ailments. I just really want us to try not to be ageist and imagine that people may live, and that especially in our world where we don't have healthcare for everybody and we don't have these things, aging in and of itself could put you in dire straits. And currently we don't have retirement plans for farmers, and all they have is that equity. And it may sound like a hell of a lot of money to us, but when you're facing a $17,000 a month bill, it's not a lot of money. So I just wanted to underscore that as we consider all these things.
I just want to say, I mean, I really hear that, and I think that's one thing that, you know, as I came on to farming, you know, and realized like the average age of the farmer is 58, you know, and just realizing that there is an aging population. I truly understand that. I know that, but I just don't know why it's the land's fault, you know, for us to then for the land to be commodified, to have to take care of our needs. And I think, you know, we're in a task force. We're meant to create recommendations that move us forward and really not just have us double down on an existing system. And I know that we have to create goals that are achievable and measurable, but I think we also have a responsibility to think boldly. I think it's so important because I've come to terms that I'm not going to own land. And so I have to think, if I can't have a nest egg, what kind of society do I need to build that will take care of me in the way that we're having to take care of our elders today? And so I don't think it's ageist at all. I think it's actually the sober reality that I'm not going to have some of the benefits that prior generations had to take care of themselves through retirement. And so it's up to my generation to take bold action to create a different world. And so I truly understand like why that shows up, but I think it's so important because, you know, we're not going to have the benefits that we had in the past. We really have to create different avenues. And so I just want to say I totally understand that. You know, my dad was a farm worker. I mean, you know, undocumented most of his life, doesn't have retirement. We're having to make do. I see it, you know, I absolutely see it. But I think that's why I don't want to have elders living in shame that just because they couldn't afford to buy land, they don't get to retire. And so I think that's also a way to take away the dignity of being able to retire from people, is saying you have to be able to purchase land to be able to retire.
I see Ruth's hands up, and then I believe, Dory, were you interested in jumping? And Nathaniel and Lawrence, I'll note time. We just have a couple minutes left. And I know we'll need to continue this discussion, but please, Ruth, then Doria, Nathaniel, and Lawrence.
I think to add to Doria's point, I just think about the current cuts to Medicaid and Medi-Cal and how many people rely on that for assisted living or nursing home care, and just wondering what those changes are going to mean for retirement. And I think it's just even more important right now as safety nets are being dismantled to think about those considerations. I think this is really complex because there's this desire for community ownership of land and cooperatives and collaboration, and decommodifying land. And then there's also this other economic reality that we have to acknowledge of, you know, what does it mean if you can't own land and you don't have that equity? And it might be interesting to hear from more individual farmers, their perspective on that, because in my experience, and I would say in the San Joaquin Valley, the small scale farmers that I've worked with tend to not be as excited about cooperative ownership of land as maybe some of the advocates in that space are. And often people who go into farming as a profession tend to be people that want to manage things on their own and kind of do their own thing. And just to introduce a little more complexity to that, I think that maybe there's situations where it makes more sense to have the community ownership of land, and maybe situations where it makes more sense to have individual ownership, and maybe it's important to allow for both of those realities.
I just want to really appreciate what Ruth just said. It's my experience too, that farmers tend to be cat-like, like to do their own thing, and with self-reliance and all that. Yeah, some want to do a cooperative thing, and that's fine for them. I am strongly opposed at this point, given the current atmosphere, on capping appreciation of land, given that that seems to be the main mode that people can care for themselves when they're ready to go, especially under the current conditions where all other safety nets are being cut. That said, I think that we could maybe spend some more time in the section of our recommendations to really bolster up and look into and think about equity and retirement. I know that there's a line, just one line of text in there around a retirement fund, and I'm thinking about the Cal Savers program and how that is helping different folks that were not covered by 401ks in California to create a retirement fund. And maybe we could expand that opportunity to participate in Cal Savers to farmers. You know, it's a cost-free a way to have a retirement fund and contribute to a retirement fund that you know, gains interest. Anyway, it's just a thought. But I feel like we should double down and re-look at that section and make it a little bit more strong, robust.
Nathaniel, Lawrence, and Dorian, you wanted to hop in as well, is that right? Okay, so if everyone can be as quick as possible, just so we can get to those last discussion items. Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, note a couple of things. I do feel very on the fence of this idea of like really agreeing with both Doria and Dorian of like, we do need to imagine a new future. We do need to understand how the end of our careers and lives go. Like, as a urban farmer, I got to start my farm on my grandparents' land. I took care of them for the end of their life, and like I completely understand how, like, yeah, we did not have any money to send them off to a nursing home, because that's also just not what our family would have done. So like having the land, that's the only reason that I've been able to get into farming. I didn't get access through any organization. I got no training through anyone. It was just my grandma who taught me how to go out there. That being said, I organize, and now I am able to go a lot farther, organizing with other farmers and creating that new vision, but still being tempted and just like at this need for like, hey, maybe I don't need land, but maybe I need a house. And that, where is that house at? It's on land. And just like the space that I got to start in, you know, we don't have a lot of those anymore, of just being able to live and farm. So I do just want to note that it's such a crux that there's no one solution, but I do feel like imagining a lot of the future is coming together through different organizations and supportive services.
Lawrence, go ahead.
Yeah, and I do want to acknowledge, the elders and the farmers who need to have a respectable retirement services after they're done farming. This is definitely going to be a hot topic or controversial, but I think I'm fine with that. I'm coming from a perspective that it's the natives' land. The whole state of California belongs to the natives. It's always been the case, and it will eventually, no matter what past the United States of America, it's still going to be native land. So imagine a new future. I think my perspective of the new future is kind of go back to the old ways where land is not a commodity, and it will be tough on those small farmers who are retiring. Let's address that and provide resources for them to retire, but to let institutions, financial service institutions, even foreign institutions, get more control and ownership of native land is wrong. So, and I think I have respect for those farmers who are retiring, but then I also think about the non-farmers who we talk about, who were discriminated against and never got the opportunity to own land. So now's the opportunity to maybe get some of those new farmers who were through acts of government, the Chinese Exclusion Act, when land was taken from Japanese Americans. Now is an opportunity to get those folks back into farming, and immigrants as well. The landless farmers, with respect for those who are retiring, and it'll always be native land. And if we seize it, it goes back to the state of California. But maybe, we didn't talk about what we do with that, and maybe this is an opportunity to throw in. This is where we put in making it available for the descendants of enslaved Africans. So I think this is one opportunity to do that.
Dorian.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate everyone's feedback, and that's why I prefaced it with, we're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, because it's really challenging to talk about this. And I think I would encourage us to, I know we're, coming towards the end of starting to refine our recommendations, but one thing that does come up to me is, that we have a dismal social safety net, and we're having to rely on the land so much to care for us for that. And it's like, why is that the case? And so I'm just kind of doubling down on that. Like, what can we create so that we're not having to rely on appreciation entirely? And then also, I think it was challenging for us to bring this topic because it does require a suite of solutions, and I think they are interspersed throughout the report. And so I'm wondering, as part of also one of the things that I'm wondering is, like, does this have to be something that gets integrated into an existing recommendation, or does it just become a more prevalent theme that gets addressed throughout our report, realizing that things like rights of first refusals, public land back, and an increased social safety net are actually things that are already looking to disincentivize this pattern of the commodification of land, which leads then to the highest bidder, which leads to just like a continuing pattern of unaffordability. So I just want to name that if it doesn't come out as a recommendation of its own, I would want it to become a prevalent theme, because I think it is salient, and it needs to be considered in all our recommendations, because I really think this is at the root of why we're in this task force right now, is because of the commodification of land.
Thank you.
we do need to move on from here. I am thinking, based on that, let's consider how this conversation can and should continue moving forward. So let's hold on to that and move to our last discussion items, the proposals. So in addition to what is here, we have a request to add additional context for tribal nations that's listed there on page 16. Some proposed recommendations related to CEQA streamlining and coastal commission permitting, and then making sure we also include a discussion about coastal access and recommendations related to that. Doria would like to say something.
Can I add to that list to uplift what we heard in Bakersfield and on the community public comment to directly address African Americans, descendants of enslaved Africans, and what they've experienced in terms of being dispossessed of land, and possibly proposing a restorative land fund that's explicitly addressing that.
Yes. And noting time, if there are things that are coming today, Nelson wrote in chat, he seconds that. And noting if there are things, this is a long list. So whatever isn't covered today, we need to set up something to continue the conversation. So just wanted to say that. Would anyone like to kick us off with any piece of this? So as a reminder, we have this request for additional context for tribal nations. We have this proposed recommendation, CEQA streamlining coastal commission permitting. We have what Doria said much better than I am about to say, which is a restorative land fund, or another way of addressing ancestors of enslaved Africans. And we have coastal access and how to deal with that issue in relation to the land back recommendations and throughout the report. Anyone would like to kick us off? I know that's quite a lot of list things right there. Anyone like to direct us to a piece of that? James, please.
Just some quick context on the permitting reform. It seemed really clear as because I worked on a lot of this part, at least with the CEQA and the Coast Commission piece, like regulation permitting is a barrier for so many different producers in so many different ways. And we had talked about it earlier, but I think many of these kind of topics under permitting reform are not untenable. And there's examples of them in other places, which I wish I'd included in this. But I have these are all stemming from things that exist somewhere, either in the state of California or kind of on the western coast of the US. So just by way of context.
Maybe we can sit with this one for a moment, see if there are any other comments or questions here, or if someone sees how this could be incorporated. Thea.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I also, James, I think there's definitely some recent discussions and legislation proposed or in the process of being discussed in the legislature right now. So I'm just suggesting that whomever's looking at this piece, look at what's happening right now in the legislature to see how that might this might already be discussed here. That's all but I don't know what the bill might be or where it is in the process, but I do know that this discussion is happening right now. So it might be worth looking at that also. Just so we're not being redundant if that's already happening.
This list could be taken up in more detail if now there isn't sort of further comment on these ideas. This list could be taken up, I believe, in goal 4 subcommittee on secure land tenure, which is where currently there is a discussion on zoning and other regulatory impacts. Just noting that. Emily.
I had a question about the CEQA streamlining, what that was referring to. I'm not in favor of streamlining CEQA. It protects a lot of the cultural and natural resources. So I'm curious why this came up and if anybody can provide context.
Further comments there? Hearing a call to remove the CEQA streamlining from the list of proposed recommendations.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but just looking at it, is it supposed to expand like exemptions? So then small scale climate smart agriculture could be doing things and not held up through CEQA, or like advancing. I'm actually not that familiar, so I just kind of want to. I don't know who we're asking for more clarity.
Do we know where this came up?
This is language. James, go ahead.
Thanks.
Yeah, so CEQA can trigger environmental review, right? Which is a good thing. I want to like preface all this by saying like I'm a big fan of like environmental quality acts, and I'm not like anti-CEQA, but there's a really high compliance cost associated with a lot of these things. And minor projects like building a small greenhouse or installing irrigation or a hoop house, like oftentimes that can trigger a CEQA review. And that requires discretionary permits, hiring consultants for environmental studies to the cost of tens of thousands of dollars. And I think that's a huge barrier to getting like to both the autonomy of small scale growers and communities. And there's also like permitting delays can take months to years for low impact projects. There's no guaranteed outcome. There's like large agribusinesses can afford all of this. Small farmers can't afford any of it. And the same rules apply for small and large projects. CEQA doesn't distinguish between a 10-acre family farm installing drip irrigation or like a 50,000-acre industrial project. And those like one size fits all thresholds seem to be a huge systemic barrier for small scale producers that I work with. That's why there are these kind of tweaks to CEQA in here.
Thank you for that. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, just from my own experience, I agree on the like permitting and things that can hold up. I will say I don't have like more experience with HEPA than CEQA, but anyways.
Emily, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Ruth, and then Emily.
I was just wondering, with the recent rollbacks to CEQA by the Newsom administration, does that affect any of these policies? I know it was mostly about housing, but I think that point is really good about one size fits all regulations that are harder for small farms, but large farms can get through them because of having staff and lawyers and funding. So I think that's really important to consider. And just wondering if the current version of CEQA, how does that look now?
So I'm again in favor of supporting CEQA as it protects natural and cultural resources. To say this nicely, it's whoever is doing a project, whether large or small scale, it's their responsibility to protect the natural and cultural resources around them that has been within those lands, far beyond their occupation. CEQA is a standing in which we as tribal nations can voice legally our priorities when it comes to protecting cultural and natural resources, which are the same thing. I understand the costs And I can acknowledge that and disagree with you that that small farmers should be exempt from that because it's everyone's responsibility. I don't agree, yes, the overall, you know, that they put the same costs, maybe. Maybe there's some recommendation there as to providing financial support, but everyone needs to go through that process. We're seeing CEQA being attacked on the federal level, and I definitely do not want to do it on this task force. So I'll fully stand to not streamline CEQA in any form, but to support the farmers or ranchers, land stewards who need the financial or technical assistance maybe to fulfill that compliance, because it's not also just your responsibility, but you have to be in compliant into the project you're proposing. And these are village sites that I'm speaking on. These aren't, you know, things we shouldn't be not considering when we're developing, whether it's a greenhouse or housing or even restoration projects. It affects the village sites, but what I call to help with folks understanding cultural landscapes, because yes, a village site is in one area, but it's actually that entire environment and ecosystem that it's within and had a role in at one time.
I see Darlene. Ruth, is that still a hand? Is that a new hand up?
Yeah, it's a new comment.
Okay, so I have Darlene, Ruth, Nathaniel, do you have it? And then we should move on from this so we can make sure we get to the other items. Darlene, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with Emily. There's so much more to CEQA, but maybe we change it to financial assistance for small farmers or a state funded biologist or whoever needs to do that. But by no means we should try to streamline.
Go ahead, Ruth, and then Nathaniel.
I really appreciate the comments about everyone being responsible for this kind of review process. I wonder if instead of exemptions, it's better to have a tiered process or just a process that is a better fit for smaller scale farms. Because I think exemptions are not the only option. There's also an option to just have tiered requirements that are more appropriate to the scale of the operations involved. And I wonder if that's something that could be considered instead of an exemption.
I appreciate everything said about just echoing what everyone's saying and really agree with Emily of like these standards and compliances need to be held, but maybe there is, again, like, I think the price is the issue for small farmers. The same cost for the permit to build a greenhouse as a house. So base cost. Certain things, depending on if it's a barn for just housing your tractor, like these things can be not streamlined, but tiered in a way that it's like you still have to show that you're in compliant and that there isn't any environmental, you go through that environmental review, but if the cost is not as burdensome, then we can get cold storage on, then we can get a greenhouse, and we can have space. And most of the time, farmers will just do without as long as possible instead of putting that money into all the permitting. Or do it if it's, or they'll just do it without permitting. And so it's better to kind of meet the small farmers or that.
So I know there's a lot more to say here. Thea, just noting that your chat is not anything entered into the chat. You probably want to verbalize. Go ahead, Thea, and then we'll move on.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with Emily on just the nature of mentioning CEQA, and it feels contradictory to the work that we're trying to do in the task force and partnering and highlighting issues related to tribes. And it sounds like most of these things that are in this category really are about local permitting. And I think we can, there's a lot more to say about those impacts to farmers. And we heard a lot about that yesterday too. So I'm just suggesting that we focus more on that aspect rather than CEQA revisions and streamlining.
Okay, thank you. There's more to say here. This conversation's not done. But let's make sure we do have some time for some of these other proposals, at least get the conversation started. Would someone like to take us to another place? It looks like Emily is reaching for, oh no, she's not reaching for a mic. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll
Lauren?
go. I'm not sure where this fits in the context, but the thing about naming the recognized tribes in the document? What was let's see.
On page 16, it
Page
says
16.
list all federally recognized tribal nations in California with total acreage of land holdings and total number of enrolled members for each tribe.
Yeah, that was a request. I'm not sure if we need a discussion on it, but yeah, that was a request of mine. The reason being, and maybe I'd add even tribal affiliation too, because some like Blue Lake Rancheria, that's the name of the rancheria in the nation, and it's has different different tribes, makeup of different tribes. And the reason I think is this is an educational document. I don't think the governor, his office or the legislature, they have a good idea. Everyone knows there's 109 federally recognized tribes, but I think it would help educate them, list them by name, and also the land holding I think is important, just to get an idea of what some people were talking about equity. Some tribes have more land than others, and like just a good educational piece. And then the membership. Some tribes are smaller than others, so I think it's very important that we do that to educate the audience, the readers of the report.
Are there any comments or questions on this request? There's some support in the room. I see some support in the room.
I just want to say that I think that would add greatly to the educational piece of this recommendation.
Okay, so the staff will make this happen for the October draft. It'll be included as an appendix, would be the plan. Let's move from there. So we have two more items. I'm sorry, Lawrence.
I disagree. I think it should be we're talking about returning land to tribal nations. Who, as a policymaker, I think I would know want to know who these nations are in the report itself, not in the appendix. Yeah, I mean, I have a draft of the report and I don't think I've read the appendix yet, so I doubt they will.
Any comment there? And otherwise staff will follow that guidance and incorporate it into the report.
I mean, I think it can just go in number 1 even before the recommendations, so we know who we're talking about, or at the end of the recommendations, but in number 1, yeah, that makes sense, unless there's any other opposition. I'm sorry, or even in the preface of all of this. But either way, I think that sounds good.
Okay.
And then I would add, and with the, of course, that it would flow, put it in the right section, so it flows and makes the report more powerful than just insert it in a random spot. I trust the staff can do that.
We'll do our best. You can let us know in the October draft whether there's a better place for it. We can move it. Thank you. So we have remaining a
I was
discussion. Oh, go ahead, Emily.
curious where, and I'm in agreement and support, that's why I had no comments, but I was just curious where the non-federally recognized tribes fit in with that document. Because they deserve to be acknowledged somehow. I don't know if it's within that document, separate document. Because I know you said you like keeping things due to the governance, right? So just wanted to hear your feedback on that.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Let's see, I guess the staff asked me about that, and I didn't really know how to answer it because as far as I know that the non-federally recognized tribes, there's no one resource for that to determine who, name those tribes. And so I didn't know how to answer that. And then also in the discussion with staff, it was maybe, or staff said that maybe it might. So let's talk about it as a task force. But staff had mentioned that there maybe some of those tribes might not want to be named in the document. For let's see, maybe because I forgot the reason was given, but yeah. I remember it was because it would be a document, and maybe if they're not named, that could be held against them potentially, or if they are named, it could be held against them in their process of becoming federally recognized.
I agree. There is no accurate list. I mean, even the list you sent me, those people were named a couple of times, and there is no accurate list. And for the purposes of what, like land base, most tribes don't have a land base. I mean, we're buying property right now, but we don't have a land base as a tribe. And so it wouldn't really compare. I think acknowledging non-federally recognized tribes in here and as a part of this process, but to be on the list that he's referring to, I don't think it's necessary.
I wonder if it would be helpful to include some kind of a map of kind of traditional territories in California in the document, so that we're not naming unfederally recognized tribes, but acknowledging the multitude of kind of pre-contact groups
Absolutely,
that were
yeah,
active on
absolutely.
the land.
I agree.
Yeah.
And talking about like kind of the ancestral territory, we were talking about, Nelson had brought up using a watershed as a it was buying property in one place and then having to buy, it was the 1-for-1 ratio of what was it? Mitigation. Yeah, mitigation. So, I mean, if we really want to go, think about the future, a watershed's a good idea, but use ancestral tribal territory within that ratio. And just kind of spread the native perspective throughout the document. But that's one way. But yeah, I agree, Doria. A map of ancestral territories.
I think that's just eye-opening for people who are living in California. Oftentimes you just don't know that history at all, unless somebody has shown you, unless you have access to it. So that, and then I just also wanted to say another reason not to name unrecognized tribes is, it gets real sticky, because of when you're unrecognized, people kind of just, from what I understand, kind of step up and, kind of declare, and then there's intergroup conflict about who's the real one and who's not the real one. And it could just, yeah, let's just not do that. And so I did want to bring up, if we're ready, you were ready to move on to another one. I do want us to have this conversation around the descendants of enslaved Africans. I think it's really important. It's a hard conversation for people to have. I wanted to bring it up in this context, and that is, the experience of African Americans, people of enslaved, descendants of enslaved Africans, often is when we are lumped together with the larger kind of BIPOC grouping. We often fall out. We are not outreach to. We are not focused on. Others benefit more from that kind of a grouping, and because you check the BIPOC box, if you have no B in that BIPOC, nobody really cares because everyone else is there. And so I think that that's what this is stemming from, is that we want to make sure that there's an explicit effort not to leave us behind with this larger kind of umbrella grouping, which often happens. And so, there's a few different ways that you could do that, but yeah, I wanted to put it out there and see other thoughts and comments on that.
Yeah, I guess really appreciate you saying that, Doria, and do feel like, BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, we are highlighting the Indigenous, we are highlighting the Native Californians, naming the displacement is really important. But also just like the fact that the whole country was, built and rooted in stealing land and stealing people. And that, like, I think Doria mentioned this yesterday, but like we often think, oh, that didn't happen here on the West Coast or in California, but it most surely did. And all these different redlining efforts have impacted our communities greatly. And I know that there is a lot more reference and information, and wondering, I guess, where, this is maybe a question for the whole task force, of like, where are we putting this language? And I agree with Lawrence's perspective of like, in the appendix can get very lost, and just the same of like, even if it's, BIPOC in the appendix, or explaining in the appendix, who the people we're trying to serve, it doesn't necessarily set the stage of like, I mean, for me, as a Black farmer in California, I don't necessarily get to see myself in a lot of these different spaces. So like having that, having organizations around me to show me that has been like one of the more important things of me continuing my career in farming and putting my neck out there to start a farm. So just want to highlight that of the importance of putting that into the recommendation and bolstering that up in the future of farming in the state.
We have Emily next. Is that right?
So I was gonna respond to what was just mentioned, that the slave system started actually in San Diego when it comes to the West Coast, starting with the mission system, Mission Alacala. So that was a instructed and sanctioned slave system out of the mission, the the mission system, and the doctrine of discovery. I just wanted to make that clear because it was mentioned that folks aren't aware of, you know, the enslavement that has happened on this land. So I just want to acknowledge, you know, the creation of the enslavement, which was in San Diego. And, you know, I'm from there, so, but yeah, I'm not sure where this fits. It definitely needs to be acknowledged. And if we're going to acknowledge enslavement, it needs to be acknowledging the enslavement of the California tribal nations as well, which began in the 1700s, early 1700s, with the first mission, Alacala. And then there was 13 missions throughout the state of California. Thankfully, they didn't make it up here. So yeah, you don't see that mission or enslavement up here, that mindset. So it's beautiful. I really appreciate that, and was talking to Chairman yesterday about that. That's all I had, not too much.
And looking at the time, I think for this idea and also the coastal access to ag land, we might need to come up with a proposal forward. These are concepts. There's not words on a page to react to in this moment, but there's at least some support for developing these ideas. And so I am wondering what folks think about maybe vetting your last thoughts here and then taking that offline into a working group to put words on a page so that folks can actually look at that and consider its content and its placement during the next draft.
Can I comment really quick? So I agree, we need to take it to a working group so we can come up with language. But I also wanted to bring back, again, something that came up in the Bakersfield-Allensworth sessions, and that they thought when they looked at our report that we needed to have either a goal or more information around education, around the why, around, you know, this history that people don't know, that it's not enough of it in here to create a backbone for the proposals that we're putting forward. And we're taking for granted that people even know this, that they know why we're saying these things and why we're proposing these things. So I just wanted to bring that up again, and maybe we need to reconsider how and where we're including education, and maybe education and educational efforts should be an ongoing goal that accompanies, ongoing recommendation that accompanies these other recommendations that are more strategic, tactical.
Yeah, I agree. Like as far as Native Americans who were enslaved, Native Californians who were enslaved in Southern California, yet I think that could be added to goal 1, just kind of in the history of oppression of Native Californians. And it's my understanding, I think I could be wrong, but my understanding is some of the natives in Del Norte actually were enslaved by Russian traders during the founding, the early days of California. But I think so let's be bold, and I recommend we make goal 2. We make goal 2 restorative fund for descendants of enslaved Africans. I think it flows with the history. Like Nate said, the history of the United States started with land theft, and then with theft of people. So that would be my recommendation. We put it as goal 2.
I see Nelson. Go ahead.
Can I be heard? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. A lot of a chance pulled over here. Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of where the conversation is leading, and reflecting a lot of what has been mentioned during our listening sessions in the Central Valley last month, and just highlighting the fact that, yeah, there needs to be an explicit acknowledgement of the experience of Black farmers and descendants of enslaved Africans in the context of California, or what we call California. And I agree and want to uplift what Doria mentioned about the education, because that education is what provides the adequate context on why indigenous land return needs to be coupled with the land restoration and land reparations of descendants of enslaved Africans, and not to present it in a way where we are pitted against each other um, as we are working through the details of achieving equity and restoration, land return and reparations, and not to present it in a way where we get in a situation of oppression Olympics, but in the context of the land that we are on here, as Nathaniel mentioned, it's stolen land, and a result, the wealth and the colonial system has been built upon stolen bodies that have maintained that system of oppression. There's a specific context on why Black Americans and Indigenous Americans need to be prioritized. And the feedback that we received in the listening sessions was that there isn't specifics on the experience of Black Americans in in America in general, but especially in California, and as we articulate that, I want to make sure that the needs are specifically outlined, and we have a body of work with the California Reparations Task Force that we can lean on with specific recommendations that can guide us towards a pathway for our own recommendations, and that uh, um, will help guide us in what pathways we can create going forward with our policy recommendations.
Thank you, Nelson. Okay, folks, we do need to move forward. We have only 1 hour remaining. Very quickly, we did get some feedback and basic information on what could be included in an idea for coastal access to ag land. Does anyone want to rapid fire share any additional thoughts you would like captured here? It might not be the right term, but does everyone know the concept we're referring to?
Maybe coastal ag, or I'm not sure if that's right either.
Coastal stewardship.
Yeah, coastal stewardship is the
Coastal
way.
stewardship, okay.
Yeah, fresh water into the coast. I think coast kind of explains just in the general area. You don't want to get too descriptive. With
Coastal watershed stewardship, something.
Coastal watershed stewardship.
Lauren.
I'm from the desert, so I don't know much about the coast, but I don't know if there's a term, because they're specifically talking about the ocean and abalone and
for sure. Aquaculture, make sure that's in there. So
like fish. I call it fish. What is it? Oyster. Anything's in aqua.
The gentlemen who were here, they called it aquaculture.
Thank you. So that's there and noted as something that's going to need further reflection.
And ocean. I think it should be specific to ocean as well.
Okay, we'll make sure that is common.
Can I point out something in captures? I know I'm not supposed to, but I need to go back to the other one and
Ocean
capture this.
aquaculture.
And that is, I want to make sure that this proposed goal number 2 that's specific to African Americans. I want to make sure that we're also taking into consideration the experience of Japanese Americans in displacement and dispossession of land. So we don't have this kind of oppression Olympics, but we're acknowledging, and grappling with, these specific harms that were done in California around farmers and farmland.
James, go ahead, and then we've really got to move on. Last comment.
I just really want to express gratitude for that. It didn't feel appropriate coming from me, given that that's a lived experience that our family went through. But I I think it's very important where we actually can, yeah, I have a lot of gratitude. Thank you for that, Doria.
So we have a lot of work to continue here. So that's why we're moving us forward. We needed to stop though for public comment. Is there?
It's working session continued. So technically it's the same agenda item, but if you would all prefer to stop for public comment, now we can. Okay, well, there's no public attendees in the room. So are there any public comments online related to that discussion, working session? Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Chloe. No, it's important. It's important, but I know. Okay, great. Here we go. Work planning and next steps.
All right, we have, if you'll move forward, actually Caleb is going to kick us off with this because he's been working with the comms team at SGC to just do a mock-up. So I'll let Caleb say a bit more about what you're about to see, and we hope it's exciting for you all.
Yeah, so like Camille mentioned, I've been working with the comms team over at our sister agency, the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, to help develop a mock-up of what the actual graphic design and aesthetic look of the report will be. So this mock-up is based on language from the May draft. So the language is not updated. And so you might see some outdated things, but really what we're going for here is feedback and kind of ideas on the aesthetic look of the report. Is it kind of aligning with what you would hope this report would look like and something that people would want to read as opposed to black and white words on a Word document? So Megan, please feel free to move forward to the next slide. Yep. I even missed the first slide. Shoot. Oh no. Okay. Okay, the cover page didn't. If you could do that, that would be great. I think that we would miss a lot just looking at this. Right. Oh, this is all we're looking at? Okay, there we go. Yep, okay. Okay, yep, so this is the first example of what it would look like after the cover page. Apologies for that confusion. So you would see kind of on the left, like what a pull quote might look like. I know that we have talked about that. And then the executive summary, again, kind of looking more at the kind of incorporation of the images and the graphics and the lines. The next slide, I know there was a discussion yesterday about the different colors of that pie chart. I still think we might want to look at some greater contrast with the greens here, but noting that it would be a different color than the blues that we were seeing. Oops, sorry, can you go back 1 sec? The images on the bottom left, those kind of graphics are kind of things that would be incorporated kind of throughout the report. So that kind of style of graphic-y images kind of throughout the report.
Could you do more circles instead of lines? I'm a circle kind of girl.
We will take that feedback back to the comms team. Yes. All right, next. Yeah, so again, here, this would be kind of what the recommendation section would look a bit more like. So again, images, the kind of pulling out of those headers into the green with a little icon next to it. We can go ahead to the next slide too. I think that might be the last one. And again, just more formatting of kind of the text, the columns, the images, the different colors in the background, the lines. So yeah, open to any quick feedback on kind of the general aesthetics of the report. I hope it's kind of exciting to see it as something that looks a bit more fun than black and white words on a page.
Just making sure the photos are relevant to the context of the report page.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Thea.
Yeah, this looks great, Caleb. But I do wonder about the icons. I don't know if it's distracting or it's hard to know like what if they mean a certain thing or if they're just meant to be design aesthetic. Maybe that's something to further look at. They don't really like help in any way in just a brief glance at it. They don't really help to like orient myself to what is this section about. I like the different colors for the pages for the case studies. And yeah, I agree on the making sure the pictures are kind of aligned with what the section is about as well.
I agree. I like the colors. They're bright enough, not dark enough. When it comes to the icons, if you could do more California-based imagery icons like acorn, abalone, what else? Seaweed, anything you could think of actually based in California. I think small representation like that's impactful.
Do they change colors, those little logos, or?
I think right now there's nothing beyond this mock-up. So I imagine there was an interest in trying to distinguish what
Each
like,
section.
what
maybe.
goal you were looking at. Yeah, but so we take the comment that unless it's helpful for the distinguishing, it shouldn't be there. So Irene, did you?
I think that would be great if somehow each section was somehow color coordinated or using that little logo. So we can differentiate the different topics. It looks really great.
I'm always big at acknowledging people and places when you share their photo. So I think that should be done here.
Thank you. Noted. Yes, we will make sure that happens for the report.
Captions for the photos.
Yeah.
National Geographic style. I think the long ones are good. Kind of explaining what's going on.
Descriptive captions.
Correct.
Yeah, like
Well,
the little tiny, yeah.
but and then back to like my middle school yearbook days, that maybe task force at least gets one picture in, one member of the task force gets at least one, and then if one's in more than two, kind of try not to do that or have a threshold. And
if that's the case, I don't. Oh, sorry.
Have a little feedback because I don't really like this picture here because I could see my friends saying, "Yeah, you're staring at mulch." So maybe some more like actual, I saw someone like putting their fingers in mulch yesterday, but something a little more action oriented, or let the person have a say on the caption.
Okay, that's all really helpful. And to be clear, our comms person just grabbed some photos, but this is very helpful feedback because we know what to direct them next. Nathaniel, were you going to say something? And we'll try to move on quickly.
Yeah, I forget who, I think multiple people have said it. Getting quotes that we're trying to pull out, I do think they would be, powerful around pictures. And then like if the task force members that remember those quotes or, can try and put those pieces together, maybe can also make a quote or give, like Lauren said, an idea of what's going on there. It's going to be a lot more hopeful of like, yes, this was taken during our 2-3 years of work and like really, getting to the root of all these problems.
Yeah, Doria.
Kind of following from that, just reading wise, if you place a pull quote in the midst of text, with a little bit larger text, and it allows people to kind of like preview what might be the content that's in that text and might be more inviting for them to actually slow down and read the whole text if they get a little pull quote that's like encapsulates what's the content there. So I'd be really big fan for placing in some pull quotes that help people sink into it.
I just have one last recommendation. Yes. And then I'll shush. Can you go back to the historical page? Just for some visual reference. I have a historical photo. I think it's good to like have, you know, photos of what we're talking about right here. So, yeah, whatever is going to be talked about right here, I think there should be. I have a really good photo of not necessarily like the barrier. I'm trying to find it, but yeah, I'll just send it to you guys. And it's a picture of the Kumeyaay burning down the mission. It's a nice picture.
That's great. And if there are photos that you all do, if there's, you know, images, we heard a call for a map earlier, things that you feel like are going to be really important for your story, get it to staff and we can work with you to make sure we have whatever we need, permissions, all that good stuff to get it in the report. Thea, and then we can move on.
I love that idea, Emily. I mean, I think we've been talking today a lot about the historical and contemporary context of these issues, and I think that's a great suggestion for linking and bringing that to reality for people. And then maybe with some resources associated with that photograph to further educate people who might be reading this. My comment is, well, first of all, I don't want to use that picture of me. Maybe Lawrence and I both don't like those pictures on that page. But I'm wondering, and this is maybe a question to take back to the design team, when we're having pull quotes, again, it's like, I know we're going to get this report translated into multiple languages, but if we can write the quote in the language that the person was speaking, that would be, I think, have a more and then translate it to English, you know, so that we can see that, you know, there is such a diversity of languages spoken, and that we talk to people who were speaking languages other than English. I think it's always a good reminder to like see that other language in there, to know that it's, you know, just to bring that connection a little bit closer. Maybe that's, I don't know if there's space, but if there's an opportunity to do that, maybe ask the design team about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. I see nodding in the room. So. Thank you all. So that's very exciting, and we'll keep working. You know, the reason why we wanted to bring you all a mock-up at this point was to get exactly this kind of feedback. There will be further opportunity to like refine this, but we'll come to you with something that looks even closer. Noting our upcoming meetings. So of course we're here today at Blue Lake Rancheria. We have a venue booked in Ventura for October 15th and 16th, as well as a venue booked in Berkeley for November 13th. So of course we'll get everyone those details. Noting, as you all have been hearing, that we're really hoping this October meeting is the opportunity to really look at this as a draft and reach consensus around the ideas that are here, so that when you come in November, you're looking at what is a draft that you can approve as final, minus maybe a few small tweaks. So when you get to that final meeting, it's a celebratory moment, and you're kind of approving that submission would be the timeline we have mapped out for you all. We just noted some December 11th issues. Do you want to bring that up now?
Get out ahead of it. December, what are the dates? 9th through 11th is the Intertribal Ag Council meeting, which directly conflicts with our scheduled last meeting, and at least several task force members plan to attend that. So we do have protocols in place for potentially moving meeting dates.
Can you clarify what you're talking about? What meeting that is?
The Intertribal Ag Council, is that correct? The annual conference?
Oh, okay, because you said it was a meeting, but it's just a conference.
I don't know. Can someone else offer more detail on that? Dorian, you've got more detail. You got your mic?
Yeah, it's the Intertribal Agriculture Council annual meeting in Vegas.
So are you guys going to represent the task force?
No, we're all going in a capacities,
Oh.
I believe. Well, yeah, Chi and I are going, and I'm not sure if Darlene and Lawrence are going.
Lawrence is going.
Lawrence is? Cool.
So that would it would cause difficulty for you all to get from Vegas to Sacramento on the 11th, I'm assuming? Or is it too early to say, would you need a schedule of events, or are you intending at this point to say?
Let's reframe this and ask whether December 12th is a date that works for people. And if the answer to that is no, we need to maintain December.
The IAC conference is the December 10th through 12th, just so you guys know.
So maybe there's an,
I got a different day. Did you see that in the website? I got that confirmation from IAC people. I didn't. Okay.
okay. So let's ask again, the 12th. Yeah, Doria. No, there's a no.
What is the other protocol? Like what, can we only move a day or?
Oh, no, that's not the only, the reason why we're trying to move it only one day is as soon as you get any closer to the holidays, we're in a real tight. Yeah, so that's why we thought we just asked. December 12th is a Friday. And there's the protocol that we do have was what was voted on last meeting. So chair and vice chair need to be able to attend the meeting to reschedule the meeting. So.
Sorry, with the majority of other task force members to maintain compliance with Bagley Keene. We could also consider December 15th, which is a Monday. It's your last meeting, so.
I can't do the 15th. That's
hopefully
our
everyone can come.
executive board meeting. I could do the 12th though.
Keep it the 11th and schedule later in the afternoon. Okay. This is true.
It sounds like the good plan right now. I'm not sure if anyone online would like to join in. I see Thea saying both dates work. I think what we're talking about right now is just making sure that December 11th meeting is scheduled in the afternoon. So those who are going to be at that conference in Las Vegas can come back on the 11th and still attend that meeting so that they're not having to miss, fly out on the 10th or something. Okay, let's move on just so that we just wanted to get a sense of whether there were a lot of task force members who had a conflict that day. We wanted to show you all this timeline. I know you've seen timelines in many ways, in many different ways, but what we wanted to really emphasize here is that the pace is going to pick up between where we are right now and where we need to be for our final final meeting, October 13th. Or that's not the date of the October meeting. But anyway, it's that week. So the reason why we're showing this is because we are now going to be getting to a place where we're asking you all to commit to working groups or subcommittees to continue the work moving forward. But we really are asking you to, I'm glad you have your schedules up actually, to be really thoughtful about what you can commit to, and saying that with all the best intentions so that I know everyone is devoted to this work, but everyone is devoted to a lot of important work. And just asking that as you consider how you want to engage from this place to get us to October, think about your capacity and what you can really commit to and move forward. Noting here that the plan would be staff jump in now. We revised the report based on the direct guidance you've given us today, these last 2 days. We want to schedule those goal subcommittee meetings for that first week in September, because we need those conversations to happen to then be able to move that work forward and get us to that October date so that staff can continue working. We'll show the working group suggestions. In those working groups can work throughout the sort of middle first half of September. And then final revisions by staff so that you all have the draft in your hands at least a week And we aim for 10 days in advance of your meeting so you can review it carefully. So we're in a bit of a squished time frame because our meetings are, thank you. Our meetings are going to be coming in more sort of rapid fire succession, or rapid succession. So noting this is Darlene last time did such a good job giving us some dates. So we'll see if these are Darlene approved, but this is our deadlines that we're looking at. We're asking for any remaining comments that maybe you didn't get out in this meeting to come to us by August 22nd. That's a week. So that we can get materials ready, get you an updated draft. Subcommittees can meet that first week in September. Working groups will meet through much of September. And then on 10/3, October 3rd, staff would get you that October 2025 draft report. Dorian.
There we go. I remember when we were creating the working groups, we had to create them in a particular way because of Bagley Keene, but then we also created another row that would put us for priority and like reviewing or comment. Do you remember that? And I'm just wondering if there's space for that, so that maybe there's just more space for feedback in the interim, and that way we don't have to just stuff it all during the meeting. Yeah, curious about that.
I think what we could do, so we'd have to be really careful with Bagley Keene in terms of serial meetings. So, but what we can do is create working groups and subcommittees. And then if task force members who cannot join those conversations still want to indicate their interest in those conversations, staff can just make sure that you're kind of kept appraised of what the conversation is. And this invitation, what we cannot do is start a back and forth discussion outside of a public meeting. That's what we can't do in Bagley Keene. So it has to be kind of one directional, if that makes sense. I can explain more if there's a specific instance. I see Thea, your hand up 1 second. What we're thinking we would really request of everyone is, because those subcommittees, we want to schedule them within that week to get all of that work done. There are probably some task force members who won't be able to go to a subcommittee meeting that you're interested in. Staff can collect any comment you have, and we will embed it in that meeting through staff as sharing out what you have shared with us. So that's just, there's always a pathway through staff to share what it is you want to share. Thea, go ahead.
Thanks, Camille. Just a question on the interagency feedback. I'm curious, when will that be incorporated so that we're able to discuss those at those subcommittee meetings? Or at what point will that interagency feedback be presented or able to be worked with?
Thanks for that question, Thea. So we are not anticipating that we will be able to consolidate, collate all of that feedback in time for those subcommittee meetings. What our plan had been is to have that done as soon as possible, share that document, that interagency feedback summary document, with all task force members, but establish a working group that is charged with doing the sort of first pass of working with staff and figuring out what belongs or like what should be changed.
Okay. So that's a separate work group.
That was our
Okay.
proposal, just because it's going to take, I think, quite a bit of time to
Yeah.
what the IA, the interagency reviewers, have to say. So these are some proposed working groups. I believe we have now more because some new ideas they need more development. We had proposed an interagency feedback working group. So this group would be 2 people who would work directly with staff to do a close review and decision on that feedback, how it should be moved forward. Of the same kind of thing we were thinking 2 working groups could help with engagement insights, just since it's such a, there's a lot of material there. And then a working group to help with tone and consistency review of the document to get it one step closer for October. I believe, let me now state, I think there are a few new working groups on the table. I think that there is the restorative land justice. I think there is urban agriculture. And then I'm not sure if we wanted to make a working group as well on coastal stewardship, aquaculture. So the challenge that I will remind everyone of is that we really have received guidance from legal that we don't want a kind of cross-pollination across working groups. So you need to commit to one working group. The subcommittees, we wanted to create a meeting about goal 1, a meeting about goal 2, goal 3, and goal 4. So I think we can start assigning, I need to edit this slide is how we're going to do this. Let me start with you can be on a working group and a subcommittee. You cannot be on 2 working groups. Yes. Thank you for that clarification. Megan, do you want to do it over there? Or can we do it in the slide so Zoom can? Yeah, do you mind doing it there? Maybe the first thing to ask is are there volunteers to help with the interagency review? I guess we can start there. I see a hand up from Emily. Is that a volunteer or yeah? Great. I have a volunteer from Emily. Is there another member who would like to help with interagency? And Thea, is that a volunteer?
Yes. Thank you.
How about volunteers to help with tone and sort of consistency of organization and language in the report? Are there volunteers and someone who would like to help with that piece of it?
These are the only working groups moving forward, or where are the other?
And is staff saying we're not allowed to be in working groups, or who's saying we're not allowed to be in 2 working groups?
The legal team based
Oh,
on
okay.
Bagley-Keene. Yeah. Dorian, these
Because
are,
I need to be in the coastal one too, so.
oh, okay.
I think we would be clear, but in terms of, but hold on. Well, because these are separate concepts that we'd be working on outside of the report. Okay, Camille says no.
I am sure. We were advised we should not have task force members in more than 1 working group.
So where was that when we began? We were in multiple.
This has been guidance that we received when we tried to move the work forward after the May meeting. And yes, thank you, Tessa. A key piece of this is working simultaneously and in different working groups at the same time. As long as the content is related to the work, you should not be meeting, and because it's a serial meeting.
So one option then would be for Emily and Thea to be a working group to address both interagency feedback and coastal ag.
That is how we did it this last time. So that's great. Thank you, Sean and Megan, for remembering that. Dorian, I know there's been some chat here, so we can make sure that, but Dorian, did you have something to say?
I just wanted to confirm these working groups are replacing the working groups that we had last time that had like, I don't know, like for like Lawrence and I, had 3 goals and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and we had wanted to move working groups into like specific tasks, but there have emerged some areas that are still concepts and still need more work. So you're not restricted from, setting up the same working group if you'd like to add it to this list, but just noting again, you have to be in only one.
And so we're basically now going to be relating to it through goals. Like, okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So as we were all talking, I think we're trying to find what goal would be the best place to continue a conversation. And so there have been points where we have identified that, and then that would go into that goals conversation. I know this is complicated. Irene, please.
What the tone and consistency review entail? Like, is it the entire report?
Yeah, it would be. And if this, what was happening is as staff were consolidating ideas into one place, it came up a few times that it felt important that staff would have task force members to check that the revisions that were made felt accurate, felt like they were still consistent with the tone the task force wishes to take. So as we're getting a lot closer to final, the language needs to get a lot, the voice needs to get a lot clearer and a lot more consistent. So we thought of having 2 task force members, or 1, it doesn't have to be 2, but having members of the task force that could kind of walk through that with staff would be valuable. So yes, it's the full report.
Yeah, thank you.
We can move from that if there are, so Nelson, thank you for volunteering for that. I know we were looking for people to assist with the embedding the engagement insights. So working with staff to identify across the UCANR report and the engagement summaries that staff have developed, next steps to embed into the report. Are there volunteers to assist with that piece?
Nelson, I know you mentioned verbally that that was of interest for you. So just wanting to check, is the priority tone and consistency or engagement insights? Or do we need to combine? Yeah.
Are there others? Is there someone who would like to put their name up here? James, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just, I think combining engagement insights with tone and consistency review would make some sense, because those engagement insights are going to be part of the kind of how they're woven in has to deal with consistency and tone throughout the whole report.
Okay, thank you.
I know they're a little apples and oranges, but for the purposes of being able to combine so that people can kind of participate in more than one arena, I think that makes sense, particularly for those.
Okay, thank you. Would someone, and again, I know I had prefaced this by saying, think about your capacity. So if no one else at this point would like, we can get into the subcommittees and we can come back to some of these other working groups, but just want to open it. If people want to put their name here, jump in. Yeah, Irene.
Does that also have to do with design or no, right? Tone and consistency.
No, more the content.
Like where, like certain things.
I mean,
I'll put my name in there, I guess. I'm interested in that one and the restorative land, but.
can we put urban ag and restorative land together?
Let's just check. Is there anybody who is really wanting to work on this urban ag concept to more fully develop it before we combine it with restorative? Oh, I can't see behind me. James, what are you interested in volunteering for, James?
Tone and I'd be down to work with Nelson on the tone and consistency review and engagement insights.
Okay.
I will make a case for urban ag and restorative justice. Obviously, very different ideas, but they have been requested as 2 new goals. And so in some ways, it is nice to have a group of people thinking about what 2 new goals would mean for the report.
I would work with that group.
Darlene, you would like to participate, and Doria, you would like to participate.
So I didn't know urban ag was a new goal.
It was proposed to be a new goal.
So we'll have 6.
It would increase to 6. based on where the conversation ended.
If it's gonna be, I don't know. I think I would rather see them not combined because their goal is very important. And I would think maybe since we're not gonna have a meeting to get everyone's input on them, I'd rather if you split it and then have 4 people giving input on 2 goals versus 2 people giving input on 2 goals. Ideally, it'd have to be 13, but I'm not going to do that. So I would like to be, I think they would be split, and I'd volunteer to be on urban ag or either one, actually.
Just want to note that I think the purpose of the urban ag working group at this point before October would be to continue developing the ideas. I think there's more structure and perhaps content to share. So just noting that's the purpose. And then in October, all 13 task force members would look at that language.
Can I?
Hold on, I'm juggling here. Darlene, were you more interested in the restorative land concept or the urban ag concept? Restorative land, okay.
And I could send the things that I was working on and the thoughts and ideas and whatnot to staff, and then they could share it with folks on urban ag. I'd like to focus on the restorative land one.
Yeah, we can anonymize, consolidate task force members' comments.
Yeah, and I'm willing to, if there's somebody with more expertise on urban ag, please speak up if you want to take my spot, but I'd put my name out there just so we could separate them as a holding place. But
I'll take that on with you. That'd be great. I do want to just clarify this restorative land that we're talking about. This was around discussion item number 2, or just in.
It emerged as,
Emerged,
yeah,
okay.
it does not yet have a written component.
Gotcha. More out of the land consolidation though conversation, but again, no, I'm confused now. Sorry.
It is to address the calling out African-American experience and kind of addressing that head on and explicitly and not having it be lost in the shuffle of
I guess I was thinking that was going to be in goal 2 because that was what Lawrence proposed, right?
no, I was saying replace, like move it down. Goal 2 would now be goal 3, but to move restorative land as goal number 2.
So that's what I was I guess I was just confused. So then would we just move Doria and Darlene down to goal 2? Because if we're gonna do it, oh no, it needs to have more language before it gets put into a goal.
it's still a proposal now. And it's not an accepted new goal.
Okay.
We need language and stuff to do that.
Okay. Thanks for all the clarity.
Okay, so I'm confused because the subcommittees are meeting in the first week of September. And then the
Yes.
working groups are after. But what you just explained sounded the opposite?
Well, we were hoping that if we can work through some of if you think back to the conversations we had yesterday, there were some continued issues with the existing language in the report that we didn't finish our discussion here. So we were proposing creating subcommittee discussions that basically pick up exactly where you left off yesterday and jump off with those continued issues. So in some ways, what we're kind of talking about right now is the subcommittees are going to continue working with what is in your document, but we have to keep moving forward new ideas that will make their way into the report. So maybe that's the distinction right here. I don't know if that's helpful, Darlene, does that? And I think the reason why we wanted the subcommittee meetings to happen soon is because it's still all fresh. You all have been looking at this language, and if we wait, 2, 3, 4 weeks, a lot of that freshness of the discussion will fall away. And it's staff capacity. We can't do working groups and subcommittees in the same time. So that's why they're not simultaneous. Nelson or Nathaniel, sorry.
So would it be true then to say like, Doria and Darlene could then work in goal 2 if that was proposed as a goal, because then it would be at a different time?
I think we're running into confusion here because these
Alright,
goals 1, 2, 3, and 4 are listed. We built the slide based on your current draft report. Because there was a proposal to move this idea into its own standalone goal and then bump the other ones down in chronological order. Don't think about that. Just think about this as goal 1 and reference your draft report. What was our goal 1? I forget the tribal nations goal, and then goal 2. I
Okay.
can't rattle them off from memory.
So we're not acknowledging the new goals now.
It's not
Not-
accepted as a standalone goal. First, the working groups need to develop some language to bring back to you all so you can check it out and decide. Do you want it to be a goal, a standalone goal? Do you want it incorporated somewhere? Maybe you don't like it and you don't want to include it at all. So working groups are comprehensive
think we're gonna
report,
include 'em
new
all.
ideas.
I wouldn't say we're not gonna like it.
Well,
Be
I'm just
positive.
giving you
Be
the out.
positive,
Who
be
knows?
positive.
Okay, we're gonna include everything. Okay, and so our assumption here and why we propose subcommittees is because we were assuming that more than 2 people want to continue to dialogue on these goals and sub-goals because we only had 30 minutes to talk about each one during our working sessions between yesterday and today. That's why we want to set them up as subcommittees so that whoever is inclined can join those conversations in a public space and we're not confined to the Bagley-Keene limitations. So where's our draft? So goal 1, can you help me out, Camille? Goal 1, tribal stewardship and land return. Goal 2, protected and thriving agricultural lands. Goal 3, equitable land transition and acquisition. Goal 4, secure land tenure. The idea is to take those notes that we've been compiling in the spreadsheet, real time, all of your feedback, synthesize that, give that to you all as a jumping off point for your subcommittee meeting to carry on the conversation for each of these goals.
I'd like to be in goal 2, please.
Let's go around. Yeah, Doria, tell us which goals.
Quick note, you can be in more than one subcommittee because this is a public forum. There's no issue with serial meetings if your meeting is in public. The only thing about it is that we ask you really do consider capacity, because if we had a really long list of task force members and we didn't reach quorum, we can't have the meeting. So that's my request for you all, is don't sign up for every single one of them unless you intend to make every one of them, because then we might not be able to have a meeting. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so that wasn't to cut you off at all, Doria, just noting you can join more than one. Sorry, say again, Doria. Goal 3 for Doria. Go ahead and keep thinking. Anyone want Chi? Did you have one that you'd like to join? Chi is joining goal 3. Online, James.
3 and 4, please.
Okay. Nathaniel?
Number 2.
I see Thea.
So there's no limited number of people? I would say goal
There's
3.
no limit. No.
Okay, goal 3 for me. And goal 2, please.
Thank you, Thea. I see Ruth and James. I'm not sure if your hand's still up. Let's go, Ruth.
I'd like to volunteer for goal 4.
Thank you. In the room, others?
Darling?
Noting that task force members who are not with us right now, we will make sure that we extend this invitation to those subcommittees to them as well.
Yeah, a volunteer for goal 1 committee.
Okay, thank you.
The subcommittees will be talking about the 4 goals in a public space. We'll be carrying on the conversations we started yesterday and today.
Can you remind us time frame again, or maybe hand back over that?
Yes. First week of September, the idea is to have subcommittees meet right here. So I'm thinking, we were thinking subcommittee meetings might be on the order of 1.5 to 2 hours. We'll consolidate and clean up the notes that we took in the spreadsheets during conversation yesterday. Also, if task force members have any additional feedback related to the goals, we ask that they submit to staff by the end of the month, or the 22nd, my apologies, by next week. So we can consolidate that, prepare an agenda for your subcommittee meetings, and then reinitiate those dialogues.
I just need more clarification. You said we're gonna talk about it in this public space.
Yes,
What are we talking about?
the goals, the content under the draft goals.
It was intended, if there is no further discussion needed based on what was discussed yesterday, remember the spreadsheet, then we don't have to have a subcommittee meeting. We can just make the edits that were suggested. But
Camille keeps saying that, but what I have to express my own heartburn around this, because I don't want us to get it stuck in a similar spot in October where we've got good concepts, except there's still many issues. And so staff is doing their very best to incorporate your feedback, but it's extremely helpful to have you to bounce ideas off of and to guide, kind of steer the ship in the direction you want it to go.
Okay.
Which is why it's useful to have a collaborative partner or partners to continue to advance the draft.
Okay, put me down for 1.
Thank you.
So do the discussion items have anything? Are we discussing those anymore or in these committees?
most of them have been moved into a goal based on where that best was situated. So as we were talking, I would try to sort of summarize at the end of the discussion where that would go for further consideration. So
doing
for
it.
example, well, I think that discussion actually, for example, the discussion of the ombuds person would go into goal 4, secure land tenure, where we already have recommendations related to regulatory compliance.
So new government entities would be discussed in goal 4, pretty much,
Well, new government entities,
or whatever's in the, under that section. Discussions.
well, were there, yes, that's where we could put that.
Well, let's see. I'll join 3 and 4.
I guess that's kind of my confusion, is that like the working groups are scheduled to happen after the subcommittees. So like in the working groups, if we got to a place of like, oh, this needs to be a goal or is not a goal, then that would happen after the subcommittees meet. But they're different topics, so they won't mess anything up, right?
Well, yes, so we have to, but there's both language that currently exists that can be made better. So that's one process. And then there are new ideas or the incorporation of new ideas like interagency feedback or like these other ideas that is a parallel conversation, but doesn't map exactly onto our existing language, if that makes sense, Nathaniel. So there's really no like exact right way to do this, but we have to balance staff capacity to host subcommittee meetings with staff capacity to host working group meetings. So this is the order in which we proposed it happens, kind of to finish the discussion based on today through those subcommittees, but then maintain conversations that needed further development through the working groups. Does that clarify? Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
It will all come back to you in October. So just noting that this is right now a little clunky, very clunky. But we're just working toward October, where there will be a moment of you all deciding, I support this, I don't support this, this isn't ready. We're going to have to really make those kinds of calls in October to get us to the finish line. So we're all moving that direction. Lawrence, you wanted to say something.
I had a question. Where's the land consolidation discussion item number 4
That is
on this chart or
that
table
is a
slide?
tricky one. It is a tricky one. I opened it to you. Where do you think that discussion should go? Open it to anyone in the room where that discussion should continue. And online.
Probably, I would think goal 3, land transition and acquisition.
I mean,
or number 2.
James, you have your hand up.
I think 3 would make sense. I think there's an element of it that would also make sense in 4. If we're talking, if it's the broad, like secure land tenure and perpetuity, that's kind of where some of this conversation is. But I think 3 is the closest in my estimation.
I mean, I can also see it being colored in all goals. Like, I think I'm in goal 2, and I can definitely see the case for example, public land being a vehicle for halting consolidation.
Can we perhaps make a working group to develop, based on today's conversation, a new version of what that language could be, and it will come to the group in October? If it kind of needs to stand outside of that and needs further development, then let's move it forward that way. Some heads are nodding in here, but wondering if others have. Do we have volunteers if that is a? We're talking about, Thea, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm not necessarily volunteering for this consolidation, but I'm hoping that just wanted to make sure that particularly for these new concepts that we will have a chance to review them before the October meeting so that we can, or maybe like that survey that we did this time, whatever the proposals or these new proposals that are being talked about, if there's a way to get that either temperature check or at least initial thoughts on whether or not the whole group is in alignment with that or doesn't like that, so we can better direct our conversation for October. Just feels like yeah, it's gonna be difficult to get all of these things discussed unless maybe we're in consensus on some of the goals after these meetings, but we still need to really look at, and those topics we brought up today are big topics, you know, that are clear gaps that we still need to look at in this final, semi-final draft.
So that's very helpful. Thank you, Thea. We can, yes, we can commit to using a poll like what we did now to make sure we're getting a sense of things in advance of that October meeting and encourage all task force members to be ready to jump into these new concepts. One thing to say here is that to the extent possible, including these kind of sticky conversations in these subcommittees is helpful, and we can push the subcommittees back later if we need to, because having a public forum for more than 2 people to grapple with these ideas is actually the best way to move your work forward. So if you can see something like restorative land actually belonging in one of these other spaces, I would recommend using that space to really workshop it. And it will be that much better for October, be seen by that many more eyes. You can make as many subcommittees as you like. Sorry.
Maybe we could take a temperature check here of if whether everyone's in agreement of making restorative land an additional goal as Lawrence suggested, because then it could live as a subcommittee and have more feedback and interaction. I would be in favor of that. It's really an important one to get right, and maybe do better in that context.
We're getting raised hands as agreements for that. Okay. I'm not sure online, if you're also in agreement, feel free to jump in, but it looks like it is happening.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think then more people, as you're saying, more people can have a chance to discuss that. So if that's removed as a working group and added as a subcommittee, I'd like to join that subcommittee.
Others who would
My
like
name is too many times here, but okay, it's all right.
You can take me off and I'll submit comments.
Oh, okay.
And if that's happening, if anyone wants to allow me to join the urban ag one, I have a lot to offer.
Yeah, I would defer my seat to Doria on the urban ag working group. I'll join restorative land.
What's happening over there?
Why we're having working groups instead of subcommittees, since
Exactly.
working groups only can have 2%? Like
Because it's really hard to get everyone together in a short period of time. And for some of these different types of activities, like incorporating interagency feedback, we're suspecting that's more efficient to do with a small partnership of 1 or 2 people. And also this idea for like coastal ag, I know it's not the right terminology, coastal ag and urban ag, those concepts aren't really fleshed out yet. But if there's more than 2 people who are really excited to work on that, then we need to take it out from a working group and move it into a subcommittee.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I have another thought about something totally off topic.
Are there other comments or requests, questions here?
Okay, if the dust is settling on our plan, I know that it's so confusing. I apologize. And thank you for your patience as we navigated that. So if you have additional comments on the August draft report or any of these new working group discussion items, please submit those to staff by August 22nd. Staff is going to clean up these notes and synthesize them and use them to jumpstart continuing conversations of both these working groups and these subcommittees. Now, the working groups, because it's only 2 people, we can schedule on the side. These subcommittees, actually goal 1 is, well, never mind, sorry. Zip it, Megan. Okay, the subcommittees, we do need to schedule them and have them agendized at least 10 days in advance. We still would like to aim for the first week of September. I can ask you all for the extent of your availability. Every single hour you are free that first week of September and can plug and play, and then we can book subcommittees. But I would like to request everyone give me your availability today or tomorrow so we can have these booked by end of day tomorrow or Friday morning, or excuse me, Monday morning. Send me a screenshot of your calendar, do whatever you need. But anything that you have open and or is flexible timing that you could possibly move, please send that to me because it's going to be hard, but we got to make it happen that first week of September.
I wanted to back up just a little bit, but I wanted to just out of respect for the Indigenous folks who brought it up, the working group for Emily and Thea, I would recommend we take away the question mark because it's not that complicated. It should be coastal indigenous aquaculture. That
Yeah, we will correct it.
okay.
Okay, everyone knows the plan.
Thank you for that correction.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. We would like you all, we do need to start really thinking about what that final meeting looks like. We've talked about it being relatively celebratory, to think about the work you all have done. Kind of a formality of voting to approve the final report. We imagine that many of you have members of your community, perhaps have leaders in your community that you want to be there, or you want to at least invite to be there. So we wanted to note for everyone that is an option for you all to really design this final meeting in a way that feels reflective of your process and what you want this to be. You know, what would you like this meeting to be? So I know we're out of time, but I would encourage everyone to think about that, and let's hear those ideas in October so staff can fully support that event adequately, make it what it should be. We do have a very large meeting venue booked in Sacramento, so we are anticipating there being an audience, there being a collective group there to celebrate with you. So encourage you all to think and let staff know what we can do to support you for that final meeting. Okay, we do know the venue. It is the California Endowment that we were in a small room there previously. They have a very large room on that first floor. So that is the space we have booked. You probably know it, Irene.
Public comments on working session or general public comments. Okay. Seeing none. We have the action items from yesterday is really to follow up with legal counsel. Obviously the work staff needs to do to consolidate comments and feedback. Everyone's action item here is to give me your, okay, I see a chat. Everyone's action item here is to please give me your availability that first week of September for subcommittees if you signed up for a subcommittee. It looks like we have one public comment, Adam X. please try to keep to 2 minutes, please, Adam, if you don't mind. When you are ready, go ahead.
Oops. Hi, everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Beautiful. Okay, yeah. I appreciate the conversation today. And yeah, just want to reiterate the points already made. But yeah, land back and restorative land access are really parallel pillars of the same structure of absolutely necessary repair. And they're rooted in different histories, but they both respond to state-sanctioned dispossession and violence. So both require explicit mention and both must be visible priorities in the final report. And I think that's been accomplished based on what I've seen. But yeah, I want to acknowledge something that Vice Chair Burgueño said, that Indigenous people in California were also enslaved in the mission system. So I think, you know, the histories are distinct and similar, and they share the same root: land taken, freedom denied, and generations locked out of the wealth that land creates. But this is also an opportunity to educate Californians about our shared and often hidden history of slavery in the state, in the mission system, and in the systematic exploitation of Black Americans, specifically in California. If this report, if we don't call out these harms, we just risk repeating the same erasure that has kept these issues unresolved for generations. So the task force, we have the opportunity to lead by showing that California understands the depth of harm to both communities, and that repairing it means naming it, calling it out, resourcing it, and making it the backbone of land equity strategy. So equitable land transition and acquisition is already one of the stated goals. Land back and restorative land access together are just that goal in action. The moral clarity, the historical record, and the economic case are all there. So now it's just about courage and precision. So let's not leave any story untold and any remedy half written. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. And on behalf of staff, we'd like to express our deepest gratitude and thanks to you all for your continued work and dedication to this task force. And I would like to ask Vice Chair Emily Burgueño to close us out for the day.
Yes, I just want to say thank you, Ojae. I uplift everybody who was able to make it to the space from the first day with the tribal engagement session, yesterday with our first day fold meeting, and today. And I ask my Aha creator to watch over us as we go home and return to our daily lives, and that they watch over us as we continue to finalize this report, and that it can be a ripple effect throughout California into the land and waters in a good way. And I just really appreciate the watermelon, Nelson. And we saved our seeds so we can grow some next year. And I really appreciate, yeah, everybody's time and willingness to ultimately unite on these matters and to understand each other, which doesn't always happen in working with the state, with the federal government. So this is a very special time to be together, and I look forward to seeing you all next month virtually. Take care. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Sandwiches, box